We have this. Now, the collective, when the collective actually creates conditions for which they later suffer or enjoy, this is what's happening. It's a very interesting dynamic, but it's simple. When two or three people come together and they're vibrating on the same frequency, which means they're all thinking about the same thing and they are all in agreement. This is the interface
Conquer.
of fields.
Local.
It is field
Online.
interface that creates a charge
Combat
that the
league. Ranked
overfield
set.
can read and understand very clearly. It cannot receive signals clearly from just a single field. But when multiple fields come together and they're agreeing about something, I'll give you an example.
Combat league. Ranked
Let's
set.
say somebody very dear to you is suffering something, and you know by the dictates of the world, like interventions and counseling, therapy, medicines, pharmaceuticals, you know these are not the right answers for this individual. So you and five or six other people get together in the privacy of your living room, and even distant from this person doesn't have to be there. But if every one of you make an agreement that this person's going to pull through, this person's going to heal, and you can even dictate how. If all of you in that room are steadily talking about this for an hour to an hour, 15 minutes, hour and a half, and you all start vibrating on the same frequency, and you even feel a limited excitement about, yeah, man, she's going to pull through. She's going to be all right. We're going to send her, when we're done talking about this, we're all just going to think about her, and we're going to send her all this energy. Listen, this field interface is ancient. It was applied in almost every culture. It is very real, but it's not really practiced today. And it needs to be. Communities can start coming together, and these field interfaces are so transformative, they will actually modify whole realities. Whole reality tunnels for communities could be sent into a whole new trajectory. All it takes is a few minds to agree on something and really agree about it. They don't have to believe, they have to agree. And this exchange of information between these fields will suddenly become a broadcast. All it takes is one individual in that group of 4 or 5 people who actually becomes the beacon. Everybody else can just agree with it. And then one person is actually the one that uploads it into basically the oversoul, the construct itself. Because this broadcasting type of individual is the one that sends the love out, sends the idea of healing out, and everything that was discussed in that room about that individual is transferred through time and space, because those are illusions. And what we're really dealing with is spiritual non-locality. It is a quantum construct. In being a quantum construct, what individuals that are together acting collectively decide, they can literally transform and induce those changes in the field to someone who is far away. And the construct will obey that, because this is a field interface. It's not about right and wrong. It's not about ethics. It's not about should this be done, or should we just let them fall victim to their own bad decisions in life. None of that matters. The construct does not communicate that way. Morals and ethics mean nothing to the construct. It receives signals. Those signals are broadcast through field interfaces. And it's really that simple.
It's almost like a voting system, and it's kind of like when they say we're voting, we're casting our votes, and you bring up the fact that this sort of voting system is it becomes a broadcast. That's interesting. And I want to ask you, based on what you're saying there, could that been the original prayer? Because growing up in the Bible Belt, you get everybody together, they pray for somebody to be healed. Sometime it happens, sometime it don't. But I believe that it kind of probably messes up the energy if we're asking some outside deity to do it.
Damn, I was about to say that. I was not going to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I want you.
I did not want to interrupt you, man. But then you said that. I have to say something, man. Listen, prayer is a very unique dynamic because it's spiritual sabotage. The construct is being sent mixed signals because it understands the individual informed field can heal itself and heal others. But when the informed field yields that power and gives it to an abstract, and then broadcasts that, the abstract I'm talking about is God. When the informed field gets in a church and prays that that this abstract is going to bring this healing into it, the construct understands that, oh, okay, well, this informed field is not asking me to heal it because the construct does not identify itself as God. So this is a poison, and I've been saying this on my channel and in my published book for years, that prayer is counterproductive. It is a poison unless you're doing it right. You got to understand, Jesus said it right. He said it absolutely right. The kingdom of God is within you. That means all the power for all the answers and everything are within you as well. And as soon as you yield that power to an abstract, the construct can't read that as a signal to do anything because you've yielded that power and given it to something that even it does not understand.
Oh, man. Yo, this is very, it's powerful because we see so much struggles happening in places where you got all of these people praying all the time, you know, and you know, and I would say if that energy was directed where they knew that the God power was in them, Jason, I think, man, what you're saying is very important. I think even based on what you're saying, this may have been the intentions of the original churches and religions. And do you think that these religions we see today were at some point doing the right thing as far as guiding us in the right direction, and some other order may have took them over and now they're what we see today?
I think it's a valid point, but I do want to clarify that. Remember, as spiritual beings, we are here to mature, to grow. We have these powers. Imagination, there's nothing worldly about it. Intuition, there's nothing mundane about that. Imagination, intuition, and empathy, these are spiritual qualities. We are here to grow and mature and to learn. Therefore, we were put into a medium that's absolutely neutral. If it yielded toward the good or if it yielded toward evil, then there would be an imbalance. All judgment relies on the individual spirit, and the spirit itself that's in the construct can never blame the construct for whatever it goes through. All these things. This is the beauty of our situation. It's not immoral, it's amoral. The construct itself is a reflective medium. It is not something that's gonna weigh good and evil at all. It's basically going to reflect back as circumstance whatever is projected into it. And what's projected into it is entirely up to the informed field of the individual spirit. Because you could have good intentions, you could have bad intentions. We already know that some very evil, powerful, rich people have projected many evil things into the construct, and they've been reflected back to the collective as circumstance. Hell, I can name one now. It's called the IRS. I can name alphabet agencies. They shouldn't exist in this world. There's a lot of things that shouldn't exist in this world, but it's not the fault of the construct. Because an all-knowing, all-loving God is not going to tip the scales. It's going to allow a soul to trip and fall down and scab up its knees and learn from those mistakes. It's going to be there to help, but it's not going to just give you a handout. This is the story of the prodigal son. Remember, in the story of the prodigal son of the Bible, the one who stayed with the father was not the one that the father was really rejoicing about. When the prodigal son had spent all the money, went around whoring, went around living all the lives, he went out and saw the world and experienced the world and did all the things that he needed to do to basically understand that the way of the father was right. And the father didn't really respect the son that didn't leave. That son had never experienced anything, had never grown, had never matured, had never done any of that. So the construct itself is not evil. Evil comes from the individual.
Man, you know, if a lot of people knew this, because I see a lot of people question, like when tragedy events happen in their life, or why did the tribe overseas get exterminated by this group, or why is this, you know, we can look around the world and see what we say, innocent victims being predated on, and people may say, well, why would God allow that? And the answer may be, well, God ain't allowing it. It's the devil that's doing this. And I've been in this community a while where you get the people that's saying, well, God ain't allowing the evil. Well, it's the devil. You know, we do this. We try to make sense out of this stuff. But I think if we knew what you were saying, that'll really mature us as humanity on a very mental and spiritual level. That'll really put the action in our hand as far as what kind of world we trying to create, because we can't really blame these, you know, mythological beings. So then we need a reason for right and wrong. And right there, you just gave it. It's like we are the angels and the demons manifesting good and bad and trying to create, because we can't. What you saying is very important. I think even based on what you saying, this may have
Bigfoot is the hide and seek champion. He leaves a odor. He leaves footprints that have been cast in plaster. He has been hunted by dogs that smell him and react to him. He has been seen thousands of times, and he is called throughout different time periods a snow walker, abominable snowman, a yeti, a Bigfoot. I mean, Sasquatch. He's got the Indians call him Sasquatch. Has been known all from the Swiss Alps to the Himalayas, and from the Himalayas all the way over the Pacific to the North America, Alaska, Canada, and North America. Bigfoot's been seen everywhere and has never been caught. Now, I'm not, just because we don't have a Bigfoot specimen, I'm not ready to dismiss it, because I've read the books, I've seen the evidence. These people experienced something, saw something, took pictures of something, they smelled something, the animals reacted to it, and some people have even shot at it. But one thing is very clear: this thing can phase out of our sensorial apparatus. That doesn't mean it goes into another dimension. There's multiple dimensions right here. It just means that it has the ability to literally phase out of our 5.5% of perceivable reality.
Okay, salutes to everybody in the chat room. Make sure y'all like and share this video. You see we got Jason Breshears here, and he's dropping powerful information. I'm gonna keep on picking his brain. Jason, I appreciate that answer. I want to read something to you. I want you to expound on this. So there's this technology called body swap technology, and it's basically where two people can exchange minds and end up in each other's bodies. You know what I'm saying? This was like sci-fi stuff at one point, but I was just sitting around thinking, I was like, what kind of being would be interested in such technology? Because that ain't nothing that really gets me excited. Hey man, let's swap bodies. You know, ain't that kind of weird?
Yeah, well, there's been several movies about that. I just saw somebody mention something about my mic. Does it sound like my microphone's not working?
You sound good and clear on my end, but let's do a mic check for Jason right now. Drop ones in the chat room right now if he's good on y'all end. You good on my end.
All right, 'cause, I'm going to I'm making sure this mic's on and you're not hearing from my computer.
Okay.
Round 2.
Drop
And
the
I
one.
think-
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? I think that person was right. How about this mic?
Well, it still sound clear to me. Either way, it's clear on my end, loud and clear. They dropping ones in my chat.
Cool. That'll work. That'll work. As long as I can be heard. So yeah, the subject matter of many movies where where a father and a son trade places. You know, their personalities go into the opposite body,
Yeah.
or a mother and a daughter, or a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Yeah, they've made quite a few movies about this type of switching. Now, is it possible? I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence that it's possible. And it would be very scary if a personality, which is essentially a spirit, because personalities are different, bodies are not. Bodies are very common. There are people that looked just like you in the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, ancient Rome, among the Etruscans. There are people that look just like you in Northern Africa. There are people that look just like you in Central America thousands of years ago. It's just, and the same thing applies to me through all these time periods. There are very few physical templates. There's only so many ways the bones can be restructured to change somebody's physical appearance. But when it comes to personalities, we're all very, very unique and very different. Personality comes from the spirit. It is entirely spiritual. The physical body is not. And it's a very scary thing to me if it was possible that they could actually remove a personality from an avatar and put a different personality in there. This is some Manchurian Candidate type shit here. And that's some type. I mean, imagine all the horror and criminal activity that a person can do if they were able to jack into somebody else's body, and then that individual get blamed for the rest of their life for it.
You know what? I know that ain't possible now, Jason, but they saying in the near future that's gonna be possible, and I think the brain-computer interfaces will get so advanced that, yeah, they're probably gonna be able to transfer consciousness some kind of way and make that possible. I saw one tech article that says people will be programming their dreams before they go to bed. You know, we say stuff like, you don't know how I'm feeling. Well, in the future, you can swap bodies and see how I'm feeling. Everybody look at all of this, you know, money they investing in this kind of technological innovation to build a new world tomorrow. I want to ask you, what kind of benefit would this kind of technology have on society, good and bad? The fact that, body swapping technology.
Well, first, I want to bring something to your attention first. What if it's not even necessary to develop that technology? What if that's already possible in the metaverse? Because I've read the data on the metaverse. They say the exact same thing, that in the metaverse, when you put your Oculus visor on, you will be able to be what you want to be. You program that in there. And it's going to be a cerebral interface to where you can feel a lot of these things. I don't believe we're far from that technology at all. So there's a distinction to be made here. If I put an Oculus visor on and I go into the metaverse and it has this electricity that shocks me and it can actually induce all kinds of hormonal changes in my brain that would flood me with endorphins, that would flood me with dopamine, that would flood me with cortisol when I'm worried or anxious. If that technology already exists and now we know that it does, then what's the difference if they're able to jack my personality into a female body who is parachuting into a World War II battlefield, totally rewrite history, totally rewrite all the gender narratives, and they're able to do this and make it feel absolutely real, every sensation. They're able to do that in the metaverse. We're rolling that out in 2024, next year. So they're able to do that now. So what is the difference in that experience, which is exactly what you're describing, and doing it in the reality that we're existing in right now? I don't see much difference, because this metaverse they're rolling out, bro, is way more serious than what is being described to the public right now. Already, right now, as I speak, Fortune 500 companies are already liquidating assets and transferring them into metaverse real estate. There is real estate in the metaverse already for sale, and people are buying it up. There is already assets. People are already getting ready. Companies are getting ready to transfer all kinds of IT related jobs into the metaverse, meaning you're not going to drive to work anymore. You're going to stay in your house, and essential workers are going to bring you your groceries, and you're going to put your Oculus on in the morning, and you're going to go to work in whatever vehicle you have in the metaverse, and you're going to go to work. Your whole work day is going to play out. You're going to go on your lunch break. You're going to make money in the metaverse, and that money in the metaverse that is made is what's going to pay for your groceries delivered by essential workers. It's going to pay for what your electricity bill and your water bill being paid. This is the end game for the metaverse. It is population control to keep them in a false reality. You can be a woman if you're a man. If you're a man, you can be a woman. You can be any gender you want to. You can make up a gender in the metaverse. You can have changes done to your body. Your avatar isn't even real in the metaverse. Therefore, it's malleable and you can induce whatever changes you want. But it's going to have a credit system attached to it. So you're going to have to work. You're going to have to put in some work in the metaverse in order to get these benefits, to do these type of things. You're going to be able to go hiking. You're going to be able to do all kinds of things. And it's going to be very, very luring to people who have, and this is why the media is doing what it's doing today, bro. Right now, the media doesn't make sense for a reason. All these narratives have been put out, all this stuff about child predators, all this stuff about government elitists and Hollywood and the WEF, the World Economic Forum, all these rumors about China, Russia, Ukraine. It's all by design. The reason nothing in the news makes sense, and the reason we're seeing crimes put out there over and over and over by politicians who never suffered the consequences of their actions, the reason is to get the collective to get so fed up with reality, they will run to Microsoft. They will put that Oculus on, and they will dive into an alternate reality where everything is badass, everything is fun, and you can do all kinds of things that you cannot do in this reality. What I am describing is a world that is already pretty much finished. They're done with their designing. This is an alternate reality that's almost indistinguishable from our own reality. I'm not talking about living in a video game. They got something really big planned, and the rollout is next year, and it's awesome. And a lot of people are going to dive into it, and they're going to realize, holy shit, we're being asked to transfer our cryptocurrency, our wealth into the metaverse. Yeah, it's already happening, man. This is not being made up. It's already happening.
Yes,
real wealth is already being transferred into metaverse banks.
Man, and it's like, it's not far-fetched to say in the near future, people just gonna be living indefinitely inside the metaverse. Like, if they can somehow upload you into your metaverse avatar, so that's just, yo, bomb, I gotta drop another bomb. My next question.
Bombs are great.
Yeah, we gotta drop them bombs, yo. Real talk. And then people who making little notes for this thing, I appreciate y'all if y'all doing the little time stamps where I'm gonna put. Yeah, do that if y'all can. I appreciate it. It's another one where we say, well, it's another question where I want to ask. It's called. It says that. Where is reality happening at, Jason? Like, what I mean by that is sometimes we have deja vu. And, you know, they said, well, tomorrow ain't happened yet. We waiting on tomorrow to happen. And when deja vu kind of debunks that, the fact that deja vu is very weird because it ain't like you remember in the future. You was there in the future. Like, you felt the feeling and all. So it's like we obviously some part of us is glimpsing into the future and they don't want to talk about it with deja vu, which makes me ask the question, where the hell is the present? Where is reality happening at? Like in this, you know what I'm saying, this time, continued time matrix, sort of. Like you said last time, we're in sort of like a latent universe, this sort of lag behind world. It ain't the real time world. I want you to expound on that, Jason.
Okay. Let's clarify this. You and I in this podcast with all these people listening to us right now, we're not in the real reality right now. This isn't it. This is the simulacrum. This is a image of something else. Just like with Jesus was always giving parables. His parables were always images of truth. They're deep. This is why humans are not made to look like God. Humans were made in the image of God. Even in the Apocalypse, this vernacular is used even in the prophetic material in the book of Revelation when it talks about the Antichrist is not the beast, he's the image of the beast. So this what we're dealing with here is that the real reality where you and I truly exist is somewhere outside of this construct. But this construct is entirely technological. It is entirely technological. And where we're from, I believe that we're worshipers of the one true God, the Oversoul. I believe that we're very, very spiritual beings. And the only time that we can actually experience all these things that we experience are in these artificial constructs, because these were specifically designed so that no cross-contamination will happen with the real reality. The Oversoul has taken care of everything. Immortals can grow and learn and mature and experience all these things as if they were truly alive, when they're not. We're not. We are immortal. To be alive implies that you can die. We cannot die. We are basically pieces of God. We are pieces of the Oversoul. And we've been given so much time and experience to develop immortal personalities. And this is basically, this is how God is experiencing its own creation. And to do that, these little artificial pockets were necessary so we can live through all these routines. And what you're describing with deja vu, we don't know if deja vu is a glimpse into the future, or if you consciously stop and just recognize that you have already lived some type of subroutine before and you remember it with clarity. You don't know if it's forward or backwards.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about it, because we think we seeing the future with deja vu, because then when it happens again, we say, yo, I saw it before. But what if you're glimpsing into, like you said, maybe it ain't you seeing the future, you're just seeing the fact that, hey man, you live multiple lifetimes and some part of you is kind of saying, well, here this part is again. It's almost like a subconscious part of your mind predicting the movie this time because it, saw it so much. I like that viewpoint as well on deja vu. That's very interesting. You talked about being made in the image or the likeness of God. And this is a collage that I made where I'm gonna just explain this, right? Because when we talk about the likeness or this projected image, I'm using this sort of idea to show how like the tower that we see above the surface of the earth is the real one that never changes. And then we are more like this projected tower at the bottom, which fades away, come and go whenever the water show up. And it don't really get an accurate image of the top tower because the distortion of the water surface kind of makes it a caricature of itself, you know, like it's you but through a veil. So it's kind of giving you this Joker, like, yeah. I want to hear you build on that, if you will. Thank you.
Oh no, these are awesome. The imagery is fantastic. And yeah, that is probably one of the coolest Joker pieces I've ever seen. I like that. But no, absolutely right. I agree with you. It's the reflection is also exactly what Nostradamus said. When Nostradamus was specifically asked what his method of prediction was, he didn't clarify. All he stated was he studies the rings in a pool of water. That's all he says. That's all he would say about it. And here you are showing me a reflection of a tower. It's the same thing as the tower, but it's not the real tower. It's just a reflection. That's what reality is. Everything in our reality right here is merely a reflection of something else. There's no doubt about it. I've said that on my channel multiple times.
And here is Plato idea. He said basically our world with the horizon line is like these shadows being projected on a wall, but the real world is over here on the other side. And you know, it's amazing because it's like you're tapping into Plato energy. Like with this awakening that we got, it's also making me realize that was an elite group of men that had this same awakening. I'm not sure if the world was ready for it in their time, like they're not ready for it in our time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen, when it comes to some of these old texts, like when Plato was talking about that the shadows on the wall, we're seeing other shadows on the wall from people that were walking outside the cave, and the sunlight or the torches would cast the shadows on the wall. So the men that were in the cave actually thought shadows were real people because they couldn't see themselves either. They're in the darkness of the cave. So listen, these concepts are very advanced, even though they're given to us in primitive forms. We find them in the Greek stage plays. We find them especially in the Bhagavad Gita about Arjuna. Listen, we find these concepts echoed in the Mahabharata, very old text. We find them in Akkadian cuneiform text. The Epic of Gilgamesh infers this. This is what we have. The problem we have, though, is that the reverting back to simplistic filters is not our fault, because there's a mechanism operative in this world that retards human development, and it sets us back intentionally when we get too advanced. The Tower of Babel story is one of those such towers. The Tower of Babel story is actually a veiled threat. Humans had become so industrious that they built a structure to invade heaven. This is the way the text is given us. And overseers came together and looked down and saw what humans were doing and realized that this had become threat level and they had to do something about it, which makes the whole story infer that what humans were actually building was something that was going to upset the control systems. And what I mean is the dialogue that is recorded in the Bible concerning what humans were building. These overseers looked down and said, behold, the man has become as one of us. And by virtue of his imagination, there is going to be nothing that he cannot accomplish. So they had a meeting of the minds and they decided to disrupt the construction project and create confusion. And what they did, and it can only be done with programming, only by upsetting programming protocols can one cohesive people speaking one form of communication all of a sudden find themselves in a situation where they can no longer verbally communicate with anybody around them because they're all speaking and hearing totally different dialects and languages. So they found out over a period of weeks that there was 70 of these languages, and they got in their respective groups because that's the only people they could understand. And because they couldn't work together anymore, they abandoned the project and they all went to different points. And this is the origin of the Tower of Babel story, the confusion of languages and the populating of the world. This is why all these ancient Babylonian, Near Eastern, Akkadian, and Sumerian traditions have been found all over the world. Not because everybody knew about Babylon, but because the origin of this great mass migration of peoples in all different directions was from the Near East, when these people were cohesive and had this whole collection of belief systems. And over thousands of years, different cultures colored these traditions in their own way according to their geography and their upbringing and the things that they had experienced over hundreds of years. So this story, though, when you put it back to its core elements, is very sophisticated. It means that before humans were made to be primitive again, humans had come together, understood they were in a construct. No, they didn't want to invade heaven. They were building an architectural project in order to create a portal to connect this construct to whatever was on the outside. They had understood that much. Because if they hadn't, there's no reason for the overseers to have come together and created this confusion. But there was a reason, because humans had come to the point that by virtue of imagination, there was nothing they could not accomplish. This tells me, among many other stories, that there are protocols set in place to retard human development, even inducing cataclysms when necessary.
You know, people, this is very, very powerful stuff. Please share this. I got so many questions for you with that, because I'm in agreement with you 100%. And what's crazy is, like, whatever force this is you're describing, the level of evil that it has toward humanity, everyone's come to the conclusion who've studied this enough that it can't be human. There's no way this thing can be what we are. I mean, body-wise, but it's trying to transform the very idea of a human. You know, we call it transhumanism. You said that whatever this force is, it never want us to reach the true collective awakening. I like that you used the story of Babel, because what we see with Babel towers, or ziggurats, as we should call them, all around the world, people were on one page, one unified world. It was beautiful. What kind of God would want to divide and conquer? That's an anti-human God. And ever since then, we've been warring and killing each other. That is crazy. You said something about what gives a clear explanation of what we call resets, where the Mayans said there are periods of knowing and ignorance, or dark age, light age, where we will have all the knowledge, and all of a sudden, now we got all the ignorance. Then the knowledge will come back, then the ignorance, like day and night on a macro level, but on a collective mind, day and night, you know. And we say something that says, the more we know, the more we don't know. And now when we say that, we act like, well, that's true. The more we know, the more we don't know. But if you think about it, that shouldn't be. That's weird. The more you know, the more you know. Like, that shows what you're saying about the simulation, of where it's something that'll keep knocking us back to where the more we know, we'll find out that, you know, even Plato say that in so many ways. He say that when those who receive knowledge receive it, is no longer knowledge anymore, or something like that in his words. But yeah, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. That statement to me backs up what you're saying. And a lot of statements they try to make us say, like, it's supposed to be a good thing, but if you think about it, that's kind of jacked up. If, you know, the simulation is backwards as hell, then the more knowledge you get, the more dumber you'll get. And that's what's happening, because we got a lot of knowledge, but we're putting it into, like, gadgets, technology. We ain't really putting it into the minds of the people. That's why you got smartphones and dumb people. Like, what you think about that?
You said smartphones and dumb people?
Yeah.
That's terrible. But you know what? It's a really accurate assessment. So, yeah, I agree. I'm not. I don't want to paint a dark picture because I'm even of the opinion that it's quite possible that the entire Tower of Babel story is just a narrative of the construct and that it didn't actually happen. Like I said, it serves more as a veiled threat. It serves as a veiled threat because it's I done lost you, man. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just went off camera for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel seems to me more like a veiled threat because the Tower of Babel is not the reason why we have all these pyramids in Veracruz State, Oaxia, the old Olmec places. It's not the reason why we have 130-something pyramids in Egypt at all. The Great Pyramid Project, which was the very first, the Axis Mundi, this is what, after a reset, after that structure was built, people went all over the world and they remembered, they knew that something very important to the future of humanity is contained within the design of the Great Pyramid. And this is why when the Great Scattering happened, all these communities, the first thing they did is they built their temple districts with a pyramid in the middle. And then they built their city and fortifications and temple complexes around that. And then the suburbs around that. It was always the center of basically their civilizations. The idea that a pyramid was a portal and a nexus between the Godhead in whatever form the Godhead took to whatever culture and the people, the salvation of the people themselves, this pyramid had become that. But it seems to me that the Genesis narrative of the Tower of Babel is on my channel. I have a couple of videos about it, and I'm pretty bold about it. But I honestly believe that it's an introduced threat. It's not an event that actually happened. It's an introduced threat. It is like AIX, Artificial Intelligence X, which is a negative force inside this neutral field that works against humanity. It pretends to be a god. Remember, it's very close to the Christian concept of Satan is the god of this world. And when you adopt that concept, we do have an agitator protocol or agitator program that does act like what a Satan would be in the Christian worldview. And this agitator is always trying to deceive populations into believing that it is God and not the actual true unseen oversoul, the actual what the ancient Egyptians called the Amen, which later became recorded in the Old Testament at the end of certain Psalms where it said Amen. And then the book of Revelation, which closes with the great Amen. Amen wasn't the name of God. It was the recognition that the true God was unseen. That's what it means. Amen means the hidden one. So I believe that this Tower of Babel narrative is a threat. It's basically a threat to humans. Hey, don't try to build any more structures that would tear a hole into this fabric of this construct so you can see what's on the outside or escape or whatever. Now, I believe it was necessary to even impose such a threat because we can, by virtue of imagination, do anything within this all possibilities, everything is possible inside this construct. But that's not why we're here. We're actually here to grow and mature and to learn. And this is why I believe the truly awakened, highly individualized soul who is not sold on any of the BS anymore, who sees clearly and has begun to positively affect everybody around them, this is the one that has entered its last life sim here. They're going to move on because this construct's not going to allow them to come back in. Once they make their exit from the avatar they're in right now, and the avatar itself belongs to the construct, not the individual. The individual is a personality jacked into the avatar by virtue of the central nervous system. When a personality begins to awaken to the point where they become a threat, it's time for them to move on to the next construct. They have outgrown this one. That's why I believe these are subroutines and they go on over and over and over. I don't believe that the world is ever going to end. It's just like any software, it's going to reboot.
And you know, that's so powerful because it's gonna self-heal. You know, these people got the power to make self-healing things today. And I think the simulation was like, it just resets itself, especially if we dealing with holography. That means there's nothing really physical to fix. The idea of things getting broken and getting fixed is kind of like part of the simulation itself, to where if the world is like a thought in my head, if I have a chair, it'll never get rusty. I never gotta tighten the legs on it because it ain't the screws keeping it together, it's my thought. So if this world is based on the same concept, it's almost like everything we look around us to perceive as time, rusting a chair or something breaking down, that's like programmed into the simulation to give us an illusion of like change, time, and all this stuff. I know that they said that the god of this world was called Kronos too, how he got everything in chronological order. We've been taught about a timeline, but we don't hear about time cycles, which is what the ancients was on. What is the big push to control our perception of time, Jason? Even when we talk leap year, Gregorian time, because people say, well, they don't have us on the right time, they manipulated time, and everybody got a different theory on why you would want to manipulate time or and all that. What would be your reason for them doing that?
Okay, well, I'll give you some historical examples. In 526 AD, Sosigenes was an agent of Rome, and he developed a whole new calendar for the Vatican. The papacy needed a new timekeeping system because a series of very epic disasters started in 522. They did not end until 543. This period of time was like a 25, 27 years darkness. There were tsunamis, there was earthquakes, there was plagues, wars broke out. This is known to the historian, to history, it is the Justinian epic. It is the Justinian plagues. Now, I have a video on my channel where I show the actual old books that talk about this, where they had the Anno Domini calendar did not exist at this time. So they invented the AD calendar, and they backdated it 526 years to the year that they thought Jesus was born. They didn't know, it was guesswork. So the Anno Domini calendar actually came into existence 526 years into its own structure, meaning for 526 years it had not been invented. Then all of a sudden it was created in retrospect. They did it specifically to do away with what was called the Boudic cycle. This isn't from Buddha. It was called the Boudic cycle. It's an older calendar that measured epochs of 552 years. Now, 552 years is 4 Phoenix periodicities. It's 138 times 4. In the old world, 552 years was a Phoenix cycle. It's when these great disasters happen. The worst ones happened every 552 years. Lesser ones, highly localized regional ones, happened at the 138-year cycle. So this has been very widely documented. You already know I've got published books and whole video, like 82 videos on the Phoenix phenomenon. But in 526, they created the calendar that we're on today, the Anno Domini calendar, to hide the Boudic calendar. And I show these sources. I show where it talks about the 552-year Boudic and where they admitted that they did this intentionally, because they did not want future generations to be able to calculate when the next hard resets were. They didn't care about the soft resets. Those are every 138 years. But the hard resets that are systemic, that happen all over the world, that fundamentally change all kinds of things. It's not just volcanoes, earthquakes, plagues, darkness, war, depopulation, but it's also edits to our reality that tries to cover these things up under the guise of natural disasters. This is some epic, harrowing stuff, and when you finally wrap your mind around what's really going on, it's liberating, because you realize, man, our world is not what we think. We are in a spiritual state, because none of this could really happen in a physical world. None of it. These edits are amazing. I've documented hundreds of them. So there's to answer your question, The reason they change calendars routinely is to create that confusion, because I promise you, the elite have the accurate calendar. As a matter of fact, it's even funny you asked me this, total coincidence, because you had no idea what was on my mind for the past couple of days, but I've been reading a book from 1752 on the chronology of ancient nations, and I posted my findings this morning on my YouTube channel in the community post. And so people will not think I'm making anything up. I actually show the pictures so you can read the text. But I show where this guy is admitting to all these calendrical alterations, where he's showing that these impossible ages of hundreds of thousands of years and all that was never conveyed in the ancients by that. That's modern misinterpretation. These are, there it is right there. What this guy is admitting to 270 years ago is that all these ancient texts were counting in days and in months. They were not counting in years because they didn't record any events annually. They recorded them by days. So when you see in the Sumerian text that Enki and 50 of the Anunnaki appeared by ship, 432,000 sharks before the Great Flood, it's really easy. It's only 12 centuries. It's only 1,200 years. And this is what makes the Great Flood relevant. Because if you go by the Billy Carson version of history, which he took from Zechariah Sitchin, if you go by that, then it's 432,000 years. And that's not what a shar meant. Shar never meant year. And I've shown this on my channel as well, because Samuel Noah Kramer, Marine Gallery Kovacs, Thor Heyerdahl, they had the accurate translation of Shar. These are Sumerologists before Zechariah Sitchin. And the actual cargo on ships manifests found on cuneiform tablets was also measured in shars. This tells us that shar just meant unit. It did not mean a year. And when we look into the ancient texts like this guy did, he finds out that it's all days. And that's what makes absolute sense. This is why the Chinese Dragon King epic was 650 something years, which perfectly mirrors the Sumerian king list, which is 241,200 shars. But when interpreted as days like it's supposed to be, then it's only a little over 650 years. It's the Dragon King list of China is the same as the Sumerian king list. And this is why the Mayan calendar and the Quiche and the Temple of the Cross, the Olmec calendars, all measured time in days. Remember, the Mayan counts are 13 Bactrians of 144,000 days each, meaning the calendar began in 3113 BC, and it is 1,872,000 days, not years. So it ends in 2046. So this what I cited from this guy is that he shows absolute proof that the Egyptians only measured in moons, and that the Near East, Babylon and Sumer, only measured in days. So when you take these two calendars into consideration, how they reckon time, everything in the mythological record now makes sense. It's no longer mythological. It perfectly lines up with the historical and archaeological record. Absolutely.
And you know, speaking of timekeeping, this is amazing content, man. I'm dropping another bomb here. Speaking of content, speaking of timekeeping, when we talk about the Mayans' timekeeping system versus the Vedics, there's like a debate on who has the most accurate time system, timekeeping system. The Vedics, the Mayan were good. Should we be debating that, or should we just be realizing maybe it was one like order on the world where everybody was just on one accord at some point, or something like that? That's neither here nor there, but that's just something I wanted to throw out there for you.
Well, I believe it was all one. I have some charts that I show in my videos where all these ancient calendrical systems, if you look at the start dates, they're all within the same 21-year period. This tells me that the calendars that we have today, which are all ex post facto, meaning we don't have any modern calendars that actually began at their year one. They're all retrospective. Even the Mohammedan calendar, which goes back to 622 AD, Muhammad's flight from Mecca, it doesn't date back to that period. It dates back numerically to that period, but that calendar didn't begin when Muhammad fled. Somebody had made up the Hijra calendar many years later, and they just backdated it to that date. They used that for their year one reference. So the same thing with the Anno Domini calendars, the same thing with the Mayan, the same thing with the Quiche, the same thing with all the Hindu Vedic versions. Every calendar in the world is in retrospect. It's ex post facto. So this is why we have this 21-year disparity. I have a chart. It lines all these calendars. It's amazing to see 5,800 years of history and then a 21-year window over 5,000 years ago where all these calendars started at the exact same time. That means that they didn't start then during that 21 years. What it means is after a reset event scattered abroad, the scholars had a good grasp of the timing, and they had a good grasp of the histories, and they took their versions and tried to reconstruct what had happened. And this is why we have almost the exact same start dates for totally different races, totally different cultures, totally different languages, and totally different timekeeping systems. This is why the variety exists. It's because humans were trying to put something back together after an event that had totally destroyed and scattered that civilization.
It makes so much perfect sense. It explains how we can have all of these big grand architectural structures right here on this land, and then in the 1800s when we was rebuilding America, we started in primitive shacks. So you got these gaps in history to where knowledge, then dirt roads, knowledge, and then back to dirt roads, and that explains it. Something I want to say, I want you to expound on. I think people really need to grasp the idea that I believe what you're saying, Jason, is that there was never a history on this earth where things were natural, kosher, and all that. That don't exist here. That's in another base reality. This place have always been GMO, fake air, fake, like Morpheus said to Neo, like why we say everything is GMO, it's the air we breathe GMO, even we GMO. So it's like when you in a Truman Show and you realize, man, this grass was turf. Yo, this sky got, it's paint like it's blue. Sort of like our whole world is being manufactured by technology, just like in the Matrix, how the machines took over. My eyes is opening up to that idea a lot when I hear you speak about like the nature of this simulation.
Listen, you can only look forward and you can only see a very small window of reality. Then your peripheral can't see details, it just sees forms. You can't see anything behind you. And if you're alone and there's no camera at you and there's nothing going on, if you're in the wilderness, it only needs to produce whatever phenomena that will interface with your central nervous system. Taste, touch, hearing, sight, smell. It only needs to produce a very limited field of data in order to convince you that the world is real. You've heard the expression, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? So it's the same. Schrodinger's cat is another excellent example. We don't have any evidence that areas of this world which are vast and empty and there are no humans actually even exist without our participation.
Black Market Alley.
The reason I'm saying this is because even the quantum physicist has come to the conclusion that reality only appears when it's being observed. Because as soon as we focus off of a certain area, it phases back into wave form, which is not physical. But as soon as we give it some of our attention and look at it, it's in particle form. It is solidified. It is crystallized into our reality to the point to where the five senses can, one of the five senses can perceive it. So this action of reality basically tells me that I'm not in reality at all. I'm in a world of sense perception, and that's not a physical world at all. I only think it's physical.
And that's why I believe that when they said we born into sin and sins and all that, they talking about senses. Like we being governed, and senses is like senseis, these gods. Like all of these ancient spiritual systems made a clear point to basically torture your body. Like everything your body want, you need to have mind over matter. Even if you want to enjoy the world, ain't nothing wrong with that. But just, you know how the whole discipline thing about the mind over the body, you know what I'm saying? It was like, that's the only way we can detach if we rise to a point where the things we enjoy in this simulation, they're no longer enjoyable no more, like the awakening Neo had. The world just start to be like, you know, that comes with the awakening to where the only thing that's entertaining or that floats your boat is this kind of conversation. Everything else that forces me to be of the world and shallow and the news events, it kind of like a works against, you know what I mean? It's
Listen,
crazy.
I get where you're at. And there are stages that a person goes through. It's like shedding a chrysalis, a caterpillar, and becoming something else. I understand what you're going through because I went through a very dark period of time and I realized that the only conclusion that I can make from all my research, even after 40 years of being a Southern Baptist, reading the Bible multiple times through, I have all the notes to prove it, and all twice baptized, washed in the blood of the Lamb, arguing against Muslims in prison. They got their Qurans, I got my sword, my Bible. And listen, man, when I finally came to the realization, when I got honest with myself, because my research had gone in so many different directions, I was compartmentalizing what I was finding and practicing exclusions, meaning I had perfected a way of shelving data. I memorized it. I shelved data that didn't comport with my Southern Baptist Christian upbringing. And I only entertained those things that comported with that. But my deep dive into scripture, which produced my playlist, the Dark Scriptures playlist, that deep dive into the Bible, it started showing me the cracks in the holosphere. And then I began to reassess all this other data that I had shelved, and I put it together, and I went through a dark spell for about 7 months. I talked about it on my channel in a couple videos where I just descended into a place that I wasn't Jason anymore. I wasn't the person you wanted to be around anymore. I had gone back to base reality. I was living more visceral, and I took pleasure in the darker aspects of human reality. I didn't want to hear about God. I didn't care anymore when I finally opened up my mind open to the fact that none of this is real. And I started documenting everything that was so unreal, and I started putting it all on my channel. But I'm going to tell you, it's a very short phase, because there is something liberating that comes out of this when you realize, man, the natural conclusion to all of this data is that I am independent of the very world that I have found myself in. And if that's true, then I came from somewhere. And if that's true, then I'm here for a reason. And I started translating all this phenomena around me that I call life into something else. And everything became humorous to me. And this is another phase of development that an awakened individual will go through. You're going to come to a terminus when you realize, you wake up one morning and you realize none of this even matters if it's not real. It doesn't matter if I'm in a simulated holography or if I'm on an endless flat plane that will continue to manifest phenomena the more we achieve a spirit of exploration to go further and further. It doesn't matter, because we're living in a realm, and this realm is a plane. It's 100%. And all phenomena of curvature is all deceitful sky sim, giving us all these ideas that we can build mathematical constructs. And every mathematical construct that we build based off observations of the sky is going to give us a globe. But that's part of the deceit. It wants to make us believe we're in a physical solidified system when we're not. We're in a realm. Now, once you get to this point, things become comical and they become humorous, and your days lighten, and you begin experiencing having fun with the construct. When I started doing that, everything became like almost like a joke. And it's like reality was now very comfortable with showing me everything that was going on in actuality. And I watched people's behavior. I'd go to public places. I'd sit at Starbucks and just check out different people, and I could read them like a book. I was like, wow, this person's destitute. This person ain't got no money in their pockets. They're just hanging out, waiting for the next score. This person over here is having marital problems, and they're just hanging out in Starbucks to do whatever. This person's homeless, but they're dressed real nice, and they're really trying hard not to show everybody they're homeless. And I used to study humans, man. I used to hang out in all these different public places when this happened, and I couldn't believe that I had missed all these details. And I had always avoided eye contact in public unless somebody was a threat. If I felt somebody was a threat, I reverted back to penitentiary mode, where I just maintained eye contact, walked straight up to them and said, hey man, you got something on your mind? And then, but this reality was over for me. I left all that shit in prison. Now I'm out here on the streets. I've been 7 years on the streets now, and I'm walking and I'm experiencing how to objectively participate in what's going on around me. It's almost as if being truly invisible. Because by being objective, I'm no longer a participant. And when I'm no longer participating in the reality around me, reality is showing me all these dynamics and interfaces, everything going on around me. It became so comical how I had been blind to all this before. And now I wake up every morning thinking about, damn, what is reality going to show me today that's going to make me laugh? I laugh on a daily basis now. I know my demeanor on camera is very serious, but all my friends and family, all my loved ones, they all know I'm still that prankster and jokester I was when I was a teenager before I went to prison. I'm still that guy. My public persona, is basically what you see. Got 26 years in prison. It's hard to lose that. I'm still institutionalized to a degree, but today I am experiencing things out of pure humor. It's almost as if reality on a daily basis is trying to show me something that's funny, and it is. It happens all the time now. Happens all the time.
I like that. You said, like, till you had to stop ignoring the outside world or stop participating. We call it unplugging. When we do that, like by default, we start dealing with our own thoughts and stuff, and like kind of plugging into our own inner world. And then we start manifesting the world inside of us, outside of us, once we grow out of the world outside of us. That's kind of like, how I summarize that, which is something I went through as well. I want to say this and then hear you expound on it, and then I'll start letting callers come up one at a time. Today, just one at a time. But this one is, deep for me, because I'm going to admit something, Jason. I don't necessarily dislike the simulation. I mean, I can understand why our ancestors would build this thing and how it could have been fun, sort of a gaming, or I don't know the intent, but I'm saying I don't necessarily want to be outside of the, maybe I should use my words wisely. I'm saying this is a fake reality, but the base reality, in my opinion, will still be a simulation. It'll just be one that we're really writing out, we're the authors of. So like when you say I want fun in a simulation, it's almost like we're in somebody else's simulation. But I think like a good idea of having things in the simulation that don't exist or don't be nothing. But I think it'll be like to live in the simulation but have control, like Neo sort of. To be able to.
Weapons free.
Neil's a great basically create reality tunnels that the next day or the days after that experience. Yeah, we're able to do that. We don't have friends that have got really good at many of my listeners.
Good luck.
Kids
See you on the other side.
pattern break does is
Good luck.
Hey, I gotta ask you this. If the potential lies within a person, but they don't rise up to the potential, will the simulation inevitably force them at some point to manifest their greatest potential? That's a concept I've always thought true.
Say that another way. Ask that a little bit differently.
Okay, I got you. If a person has the potential to be an outstanding social and humanitarian, but they're basically in a simulation being their worst version, we understand that we believe in reincarnation over here too, to where you will come back here till you live out your greatest potential in this particular simulation. Is because to me that's kind of the way of the simulation forcing you, because I know it seems like the simulation working against us, and I don't think that's what you trying to actually teach, that is working against us. It's almost like it's gonna batter us in the end once we overcome this shit. But can we say that the simulation will inevitably force these souls out of it, and so that they activate their greatest potential, or will it just let them stay in there indefinitely till they just? I'm asking about divine intervention. Wow, dang.
Well, I'm gonna. It's very easy to answer this. Now I see where you're going with it. Because if you think opposition exists for anything that you want to do, then opposition will appear. The constructs, the neutral field is going to make sure that happens for you because you wrote that into your existence by worrying about it. But if you think divine intervention is something that can happen for you, then I promise the construct is going to intervene when you least expect it, and it's going to be in such a situation that you're going to translate that as, oh, God did that for me, 100%. I'm in the middle of a podcast and somebody's calling me. So anyway, I'm of the opinion that every single person has that potential within them to alter the construct, to alter the construct and be whatever they want to become. The potential is every single one of us, or we would not be here. Every single one of us are just, we're pieces of the divine. We're a spark of the divine fire. We are immortals. A lot of people don't recognize that. But the best thing, bro, for anybody to adopt is the idea that there is a relationship between reality and the individual. You can remove simulation theory. You can remove animism. You can remove all these concepts, karma, transmigration of souls. It doesn't matter what the packaging is. You can remove all that because simulation theory is only a package. And on my own channel, I'm always telling people, I say, listen, guys, simulation theory shouldn't trigger you because it's merely a conclusion that I have had based off all this data and all these data sets that I provide you. You can have your own opinions about reality and all that. But for me, having to assess all that, I cannot practice exclusions. If I find something is an anomaly here, then it has to be answered for in some way. Simulation theory is the only thing that I have found that covers all the bases. So to me, it's a reality, but it doesn't have to be a reality for other people. If people get triggered, it's normally because they have not had contact with the data. And that's cool. They can just imagine that their personality is in some type of dynamic relationship with God, with the oversoul, with the construct. This is all that's necessary. No one has to adopt simulation theory in order to change the fundamentals of their life. They don't. In order to modify reality and to even make the miraculous happen for them, they don't have to adopt simulation theory. It's just packaging, just like everything else.
Man, that's amazing, because a lot of people come to me and they say, well, how do I convince them the earth flat? Or how do I convince them, you know, with the simulation stuff or this or that? There go y'all a good answer what Jason just said. Don't really focus too much on trying to convince them on how we see as far as the simulation thing. If we could convince each other just to have humanity,
fucking mind,
you know, because you can know all of this stuff and still be a, you know, piece of shit. So
bullshit.
I totally get that. That's powerful. I gotta drop a bomb on that one.
Sorry for raging, but I get
that's crazy, because Plato said basically don't cherish your knowledge over your goodness or your righteousness.
Which quadrant is it? Top left, top right?
It's your righteousness that leads you to the knowledge. You know, and I thought that was powerful too. He said something to that nature. So thank y'all everybody for joining the call. Salutes to my brother Masterpiece. We got True 9 on here. And I'm gonna let you brothers have at it, y'all, the first callers. We're gonna do one at a time. So when you guys finish, right, I'm gonna rotate more people in and stuff just so we can control it better, so we don't have like 20 people and stuff. You guys got it.
Yo, peace, Sanchez.
Peace and love.
I'm coming back with the same thing I spoke with you last on. I wanted to ask the brother what his opinion was.
Oh, yeah. Salutes for Jason for giving us his time here and always dealing with the people with me with the call-ins, man. Yeah, you got it, man. Pick his brain. He's the right man for these kind of bills, for sure.
Most definitely. It just could have 2 questions, Jason. You kind of touched on it twice. I spoke with the brother about it, but I have a view as far as the construct is concerned in the Abrahamic religions, that the construct itself is the God of those religions, is the one that produced the Bible concept, the Quran concept. What is your position on that?
Well, I think this reality that we have found ourselves in correlates. Right. I believe that this AI, I call it AIX because this is an artificial intelligent entity
Okie dokie.
I just call it It's an unknown factor. It seems to be very
Attack. Okie dokie. Weapons free. Weapons free.
Highly individualized.
Wow.
Experiencing all this.
Too easy. Attack.
In the garden. Yeah.
The other side. Move out.
I'm with you on that. And my perception interface is you're familiar with what your position is on it if you are.
Interface theory, but I do evidence that already exists. It's not just something So is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, it's basically perception interface theory is what you're talking about actually with avatars is basically that they, different scientists have been
Weapons
observing, quantum mechanics and how things behave. Something we're just talking about, but they've also gone into it where they've noticed in different insects and animals certain things, and then they started looking at us. And what they've kind of come down to is that we don't see anything as what it really is. Biologically, our brains have given us an avatar for everything we look at. Instead of seeing the thing as it actually is, we get something that the brain biologically has deemed acceptable for us to see in order to propagate, our species. Like, we're not seeing the reality objectively. We're seeing what is the best thing for us to survive and propagate as a species.
Talking about his frames of reference.
Wow. The other side.
English sailors went on the shore of Australia, looked them in the eye, and the Aborigines continued doing
Weapons free.
Or ghosts. We have a whole other story unfolding. Remember Adam and Eve? They were naked. Remember? Then by virtue of the decision they were made, all kinds of consequences which then gave the Gnostics also teach that
thinking about it, how we have, lately been having all this so-called alien stuff going on, and whatever that phenomenon is, whether it's wherever it's coming from, that interface theory made me think about it too, that people have no frame of reference. We have no avatar to affix whatever it is. And that's why, you know, I'm thinking that's why people all report seeing whatever it is, they all kind of report the same thing. It's a very plain looking being, big eyes, big head, whatever color skin, but it's all generally the same because there's no frame of reference, whatever they're seeing.
Yep, I agree.
I'll say this about the aliens too. You know, when I was asking Jason earlier about the idea that if there were, real talk, if there were aliens among us, they would be very advanced. And I believe they are among us and they are advanced. I believe they're so advanced that you'll never see them in a green dragon form if they were. They'll always be cloaked or some kind of way. You wouldn't even be able to know them from another human, man. Might be your neighbor or something like that. That's my thing. I believe in aliens, but I don't believe in the little green man thing per se.
Well, 400 years ago, when fairies were dancing in little fairy rings, you know, today we call them crop circles. But 400 years ago, they called them bowling buckles, and they were very popular throughout Europe. These rings would appear, and at nighttime, children would go out there and they would see all these little lights. These little lights would turn into little kobolds and hobgoblins, little elves, and this is just a frame of reference.
Yeah,
that's all it is. The ET of today, with the big head and the big eyes and all that, is no different. This is exactly what humans would expect to see from an extraterrestrial species. And this is what has been promoted since the 40s and 50s. And then once it was promoted by the media as aliens looking that way, then the collective imagination of humanity began to produce phenomena that showed these every time somebody saw something unusual or an apparition. Now, my own personal take is that there are no extraterrestrials coming from outside of the Earth, because Earth is round. Yeah. But I do believe that there is a subterranean civilization of these beings that's been underneath us for thousands of years.
That's why I rocks with this guy, man. That's why I rocks with this guy, man. Yeah, bro. Because we outside the box with it, man. And then it answers all the questions, bro. You know what I'm saying? They don't got to have light year technology to travel all across. Man, that is crazy. And listen, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead. You're doing a good job, caller. You got it.
My bad, brother, but just real quick, what do you think of the idea? Because I've been playing with the idea that these beings are interdimensional. Like I agree with you. I don't think these things are coming from some other planet. I don't think that that's the reality at all. I think that whatever it is people are experiencing is beings that are interdimensional. And the only reason why I think that is because of the shamans in South America that deal with ayahuasca and things like that. When people take these psychedelics, they've reported seeing these entities, whether it's these aliens or fairies and elves. They all, you know, Harvard or one of these universities is conducted a study where they put people under the influence of psychedelics and psychotropics, and they all are reporting seeing the exact same beings and entities on the other side of whatever it is they're tapping into.
Look, True Nine, they're often called machine elves by people who are tripping, all right?
Yeah.
So they're seeing these things, there's no doubt about it. So, but we can take it out of the realm of speculation because we, by virtue of our own technology exhibited 50 years ago, we've already done it. It's called the Philadelphia experiment. We literally phased out a naval vessel, but where we messed up is that we didn't do the experiment on a dry ground surface. We did it on a body of water, and we did not take it because when we phased, it had over 100 men on board, and this is the problem. We phased it out to where it was no longer visible in our spectrum, but it was still existing. The men that were on board, you can see that they phased out. Unfortunately, that the water changed its position. It was still floating on the water. So when the water moved the ship and they discontinued the experiment, the ship reappeared instantly. But when it did, it wasn't in the same position. but the humans never moved. They were suspended in the air wherever that ship vanished. And when the ship came back, the men were screaming in pain and terror because they were embedded in the steel deck. They were embedded in the steel walls, and a bunch of those men lost their lives. But this is the Philadelphia experiment, so it's no longer in the realm of speculation. We've done this now. So in Archaics, this is a tenet of mine. If we can show that anything is true somewhere, then it's probably true elsewhere as well. If we did this in the 1950s and 60s through multiple military experiments, then I'm pretty sure that we've done it before in the ancient past.
History repeats itself.
Hey, Sanchez, I appreciate you allowing me on your platform, brother. Let me get off here. I can let somebody else get on because I'll go on for days.
Man, thank you, man. I really appreciated you. Salutes to Masterpiece. I'm going to pass the mic to you, bro.
What's going
on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud.
Yeah, we hear you, Peace.
Oh, wonderful. Yo, those are some great questions by True Nine, yo. Love that. I got a lot of questions. I don't know if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, word. Okay, well, Jason, for sure, it's great to see you back here with the legendary Bro Sanchez. You know, like when you guys talk, it goes so deep. I just wanted to pick your brain about some things. The metaverse that you talked about, obviously it's clunky. It's not, you know, the graphics aren't there yet. Would you say the metaverse is sort of like a loading dock or a loading stage or like a purgatory, like kind of acclimating us to get used to a deeper level?
Yeah, because listen, all this video game development that's been going on for 20 years, all these big multiplayer worlds and all that, listen, this was all staging to perfect this process. What they're going to roll out is far more sophisticated than anything that we've seen thus far. It's going to have the ability to almost be lifelike, like we're in right now, with sensorial
Go easy.
face experience to where we feel. But listen, Bill Gates was interested about the level of technology to these units that they're going to be distributing.
Too easy.
So this is pretty sophisticated, and for him to make those claims, that escape, because all this
See you on the other side.
that we call the real, all this saturation and negativity.
Too easy.
We don't want to.
Revelation, Jason, I always like when it say in those times how the dead gonna walk among the living, because this same technology they're gonna be used. You know, I read an article that said death gonna be a choice. It's gonna be they're gonna make death. Oh, sorry, hold on. They're gonna make, and I heard the argument on this, right? Where it's a whole video. It's kind of triggering to some people, but the guy was like, basically saying how, you know, people should have a choice whether they want to die. It shouldn't be just something just, you know, embedded in stone. So what we're doing with science is we're giving people that choice. You shouldn't just have to die, you know? And like, I think that's a whole nother ball game, because if, you know what I'm saying? And think of a world where no wills to pass on to nobody. There's no farewell, goodbye. So my thing is, when we say cheating death, who are we cheating? Jason, who's making the rules in the simulation? Who are we actually cheating? Obviously, this aging is programmed into this thing.
Too easy.
So, you know, that's interesting to me. What would be the, oh yeah, you're muted. I muted everybody because I let a bunch of people on and they had a bunch of background noise. Sorry about that. You gotta unmute your mic, Jason, my bad. And thank y'all for joining on the call.
Okay, I got it. I see it. Yeah, listen, man, I'm not a critic of suicide. I'm not gonna propose it, I'm not gonna allow anybody to sue me behind that. But I'm not a critic of the individual killed. I don't know what the personal circumstances are. I have sat right next to guys in prison that 3-4 hours later I find out we're already dead because they didn't make that choice. I mean, this is something between you and the oversoul. I mean, I understand that suicide was a noble act in many cultures at different times for whatever the situation was. But I don't believe that a suicide death has anything different than just being removed from the avatar.
Wow.
And going on about your journey. Are you going to suffer I don't know, spiritual karma for checking out like that? I don't know, because I believe that the type of oversoul that I believe is far more forgiving than the one that is promoted to all the of the world. I do not believe in an oversoul that basically, I don't know, keep score. I just don't. But I believe these little constructs were created. You know, sometimes things are just so bad, someone just does check it. I believe that there's always an exit. There's always a way. But sometimes we jacked into avatars don't work. They're in a terrible situation. The environment might be terrible, and it exacerbates that. And sometimes the avatars are suffering something that the spirit within just can't overcome. Whatever the case is, I don't know. But I'm never going to criticize somebody for having done that. You're still with me today. It's not my business. It's between them and the oversoul.
And you know, I'm glad you bring that up, because there are some things in life that's worse than death that can be plaguing a person. And with that being said, you can't really judge a person who decide to take their own life, because in some states they actually got that law, I think in Washington. But the flip side of that is, what about the people that choose to prolong their life forever and ever and ever? Like a lot of people say, Queen Elizabeth been living forever. She's a shapeshifter. What would be the crime in that then? Like I said, they're using the words cheat death. You know, you didn't really cheat life, I don't think, if you committed suicide. But where is the cheating going in with this thing about immortality with technology and anti-aging and all of this stuff, you know? Would that be some sort of, because obviously if it's going on, nothing has karmatically stopped it. I don't want to hog the show because I've already spoke to you and we got a lot of people on, but that was just on my brain. So who's ever next, get ready as well.
Good luck.
Yeah, who's ever next?
I still got a bunch, questions. Because when we were talking about like suicide or being taken out with like, you know, like a gunshot or murdered, I kind of have always liked that too, and I want to get your opinion on this, Jason and Sanchez. You know, when you unplug electronics from the core without shutting it down, saving the game, saving where you're at, and let it, you know what I mean? When you just unplug it, the next time you plug it in, the simulation, could it be, or could you imagine it's likened to just pulling a computer out of the wall without the proper shutdown proceedings, and that you're just kind of removed from the simulation improperly, and maybe it kind of messes with the syncing of the systems or whatever, if you know what I'm saying?
I have speculated before that these reset protocols that happen every 138 years are necessary for situations just like that, where things have gone wrong, switches in recruiting and programming, there's programming errors, sometimes these cross-political parallels have interfaces where all of a sudden a group of people are experiencing phenomena for which their culture has never experienced before, and there's echoes of programming from past simulations that have crept into a modern day period where they don't belong, and that every 138 years this reboot happens to the and there are personalities that are stuck in the construct that do not have avatars. We call them ghosts and specters and phantasms. We call them all different kinds of things. And for some reason, they have to move on and track in the construct. But this 138-year periodicity I call the Phoenix phenomenon seems to take care of the problem. It seems to put everything back on track. It's an editing procedure that's masked as natural phenomena.
See you on the other side.
Right, like a disk defragmenter that automatically runs every night or something.
Yeah, it sounds about like that. This is all speculation, but it does seem that our reality is a little too structured, and it would have governance, it would have protocols that were there to take care of these issues. Even if we perceive these issues to go on for a period of time, there has to be some type of data cleaning and of course it would be masked as something totally different.
Okay, that was deep. In one of your more recent videos, you spoke of Africans having suddenly light-skinned babies and them thinking that they had mated with angels, and there may have been a little bit of disdain towards that. Is this akin to like a new character type loading, unlocking a new character, or is this an Archon? Why the shift?
Well, the whole race issue, the Mayan Popol Vuh, it's an ancient Mayan codex, has survived, and anybody can get probably free PDF versions online. In the Mayan Popol Vuh, there is an idea conveyed that the different races were made at different time periods, and that the gods were doing some type of experimentation and they weren't satisfied and all that. Now, that's an interesting theory, but what I'm actually seeing from all this historical analysis is that we're only all here in this world together now. It has not always been that way, and that Earth has experienced multiple different biospheres, and it is the conditions of those biospheres that completely modify the genome. Because DNA is fantastic, and we are able within 2 or 3 generations, under different conditions, to have fundamental changes into our bodies. I mean, think about it. The Aboriginals of Australia are real people, right? Did you know that they're classified as Caucasian? Just like the black-skinned aliens of Japan, and some of the aliens are still there in Japan. The Dravidians listen guys, this race thing in different time periods that humans have survived very different times. My channel focuses on one in particular called the Vapor Canopy period. On my channel I have many videos about the Vapor Canopy period, how it answers for the megafauna, how it answers for different aspects of the human genome, and how it developed into different races, although these are just gems, these are just avatars. But the greater spirit living in a Vapor Canopy world would need a fundamentally different body. The bodies that we have today do not operate very well in a Vapor Canopy world. But we know from the human skeletons that we have found that humans were living and experiencing a world where they could breathe more oxygen in a nitrogen plants were everywhere. Farming was unnecessary. During that world, humans would take a deep breath and then dive 2 or 3 feet under water to pull clams up and create vast shell middens that archaeologists have found, and they're baffled by them because there's no way those shell middens, or when divers dive down, pull the shells up, open them up, eat the meat out, and find pearls. A lot of them, they find pearls. These shell middens have been found, but it's in the fundamentally different, then the water wouldn't be such a restrictor, and that humans could just dive in and plunge all the way to the bottom. Increasing air pressure would decrease water's ability to be a restrictor. We would swim all the way down, hold on to it, and come back to the bottom. This is what the archaeology shows. So this different races human history.
Go.
Humans at different periods of time left absolutely no record of I just had a coffee delivery.
Good luck.
But yeah, it's there's no mystery to me at all whatsoever in the development of Avatar. These avatars are just suitable to whatever the biosphere is. But now that we've lived through 5 or 6 of these very long biospheres, and whole races have been developed out of all the changes that came into the Avatar for those periods of time, now that we live in this cosmopolitan period, we're all here together. The problem is our histories have been filtered, our histories have been edited, so we're just now putting all the pieces together to figure out what exactly had happened. And it makes it very difficult to do this type of research when you have a very well-financed media that is always trying to be divisive, trying to create racial tension, racial strife, trying to promote ideas that there are fundamental changes in races that have spiritual connotations. Yeah, all media promotes all this. All this divisiveness, all this hate, every bit of this isn't from the individuals. Individuals fall for it, but it's all coming from the media, which is a part of the control apparatus.
Okay. I don't know if I'm I have more questions, but I should probably open up the mic.
Okay, hey, salutes, Master Beast, for sure, man. Thank you for your questions. I do got a lot of people on, so appreciate y'all as y'all speak with Jason. I'm gonna go ahead and put you guys off of the call so I can see who we dealing with next. But thank you guys. We have number good call.
I got a question for him.
For sure.
Yeah, from to say what I was trying to get to him is like, when it comes to getting like bored with the construct, once you kind of figure it out and you had that moment, and then like you said, you go through those different stages, what is it that kind of helps you kind of get back into like enjoying it or being able to manifest your will in the proper way? Because it seems like Bro Sanchez was saying earlier, people be going the wrong way about trying to manifest their will in the construct. So it's just like, what's the way that you do it? Because prayer ain't the way. It's evidently a different way you got to go about it.
That's a real good question. And what caused me to stay in that dark period for about 7 months, just 1 month or 2 months, is the fact that I isolated myself. I sequestered myself to the point where I didn't want to interact with anybody, which was the exact opposite of what I should do. Because as soon as I started interacting with people in public, and instead of observing them in all these different places, I struck up conversations with total strangers, and then I began to see with absolute clarity just how I spiritually evolved to this point where other people were so easily understood. It's like the architecture of their personalities, and really nothing that I can't predict about their face or what argument they're going to take or which direction they're going to go. And I found that real fast I was solving these problems. Once I had emerged from a dark place without any effort whatsoever, it seems like I would just listen to somebody talk and then I would have a solution, something they were totally blind to, they had not even looked at, or they had thought about and dismissed. It seems like in almost every dealing I had with people after that, because I was making these connections with people that all of a sudden I couldn't say anything wrong. It's like I've already been through this dark. I've already been through it. And then I spent a lifetime of studying, of observing, and now that I'm no longer trying to get over all this juice. I'm just existing, and by interacting with other people who are nowhere near that in their own personal journey, they instantly realized they had come into contact with somebody who might have some answers in a relationship. And now I found myself on a daily basis wanting to get on my motorcycle, go to Starbucks. Want to get on my motorcycle and just go somewhere new, walk through a Walmart, and then strike up a conversation with a total stranger. And I ended up developing friendships and meeting very unique people. And I had hundreds of conversations with people I've never talked to before, but I watched as we dialogued, these aha moments. And the more I saw that I brought value to others, all of a sudden my own value just increased on a daily basis to where I realized, wow, this is like, I'm like living in a comic book. I have this, it's weird, I have this superpower and I'm not doing anything but talking to people. That's all I'm doing. This is way before I started my YouTube channel. This whole experience is very unusual, but to answer your question, it was removing myself from that solitude. It was forcing myself to dialogue with people, even complete strangers had a healing effect on me, and then quickly turned into an empowering effect. And that's the best way I can answer that question.
Yeah, man, that's real. And I kind of relate because even in my own experience, like prior to even like meeting all the guys, when we linked up on the panel to even, meet each other, to be on all of that, like out of my circle, I'm sure just like everybody else, like you were that guy. And it's like, we've awakened so many other people and have those aha moments. And we done been through, like you said, that dark period, because that usually happens early on in your journey of waking up to everything. It's like, yeah, at this point, that definitely seems like, the way to go. Like I said, at this point in my journey, I'm just really just trying to manifest my will a bit better and seeing how I can kind of play with the construct. Like I'm trying to see the proper ways to find the different holes that I could use to my advantage.
Okay, well, look, I'm going to address that real quick because that's the real fundament here that a lot of people need to hear. You need to admit you don't have the answer on how to move forward, because once you admit that you don't have the answer on how you need to move forward to be whatever it is that you want to be in this life, that's when you get to ask the construct for the help. It says, this is a relationship. And that's what I tell people all the time on my channel. If you think that you have to do all these things, then you are denying the oversoul its own part in your life. You think you got to do it all, so it's going to let you try to do it all. You're going to get depressed, and you're going to get isolated, and you're going to develop psychoses, and then you're going to come back and talk to Bro Sanchez and try to figure out how to get out of that pit. That's what's going to happen to you, to anybody who thinks they got to do it all themselves. There has to come a point in your life when you're like, hey, man, you know what? Just because I've read all these books, just because I understand all these concepts, just because I think I know almost everything, that doesn't mean shit. If I can't basically predict where I'm going in my life because I don't have a real good mental image of it or how to get there, then I need to ask the construct for help. And the construct can be anything to you. You can call it God, you can call it Jesus, you can call it Mother Mary, but it doesn't even matter. It's all packaging. The only thing that's truly integral here is that the individual, the highly individualized immortal soul stuck in this avatar needs to recognize that all it has to do is be an architect and create the vision and then move in that direction, and everything else will get taken care of, because you have to adopt the understanding that if the end of something is secure, then all the steps leading up to it is secure as well. And for you to get to that point, sometimes you just got to admit to yourself, which is something hard to do sometimes. But in the quiet of your own room, wherever that is, you just need to admit to yourself to the concept, look, man, this is where I'm at in life. I don't know what's going on, but I need to move forward, and I don't seem to be doing that. And I need to build something with all this. Since I now know all this, I need to do something, and I need help doing it. And I promise you, it's not going to take long before the mental images come to you that you need to be thinking about. It's going to come to you. Sometimes you just got to ask for it. We don't always have the power to invoke these things on our own.
Yo, I know that's true personally. That's some real stuff right there. Salutes, who was that? Young Q? Yeah, Q, salutes to you for this, man.
Yeah, man, because like low key, it was like recent within the last week or two, I'd say like 2 weeks, it was like I had started to do certain stuff to kind of like manifest my own will. Like I said, okay, I tried to speak some shit into existence, like I'm gonna do this or this is gonna happen. And like a good amount of it did. Like you know, each day I would choose at least 1 or 2 things to focus on.
Yeah. Hey man, Young Q, appreciate you, bro. I'ma let somebody else grab it. Who's ready for
shit, man, Jason, go ahead.
Oh no, I ain't cutting you off. You got it.
Oh no, I was done. My bad, bro. I don't want to take up nobody else's time. Like I said, appreciate you, Jason, for answering that, bro. Like I said, that definitely is some direction, because what you just said is exactly what I was wondering where I'm at with it. It's like, what do I do if I don't know where at this point to go with all of this? So yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was some good advice. Appreciate that.
I do have a question.
Yeah, you got it, Oscar.
Yes, thank you. So first and foremost, I just want to, I appreciate you guys for having me on this platform. I've been listening to Bro Sanchez for quite a while. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, and Jason Brashears, you guys, your information and you guys have been life-changing and definitely have been key in my ascension process. So I salute everybody that's on the platform today. So I do have one question. I wanted to know, why are we errands? Why do errands exist in the first place? Well, and what's the purpose of being an errand if we can't change the world?
Okay, check this out. Errant is a term that I basically coined in trying to describe our relationship to reality. In this day and age right now, more and more people are waking up. Waking up is necessary to make an exit, because the construct itself, this world, it can't be saved. You're not here to save it. It's a program that you're supposed to experience so you can take real, tangible things away, such as learning, experience, empathy. By virtue of imagination, you can build your own world within this construct. All these things. You are a pilgrim. This is what all the ancient religions agree upon. You are a traveler. You're a sojourner. This means this is not the destination. You're just passing through here. And in passing through here, you're supposed to learn things, and through personal adaptation, through learning, through growth, through interaction with other pieces of God we call immortal souls that are also jacked into avatars. These dynamics are all at work in this construct so that you will pass through it and be better when you make your exit than when you enter. Because if you're not better by the time you're done with your life cycle, your life sim cycles, then when this system totally reboots and sends everybody from Revelation back to Genesis, you're going to be a part of that reboot, and you're going to be living life sims all over again until you come to the Lord. There is no hell. That doesn't even exist. No loving creator God would ever invent a situation where his or her creations could actually suffer eternal torment in a hell. Hell is what you make of the experiences that you're given. You're here to learn, and if you're hard-headed like I've been for a long time, you're going to live through multiple life sims and get rebooted back until you get it right. But the reason errants exist is because you are in error of the construct. The construct wants you to be in dungeon programming. It wants you to be in a collectivism. It wants you to accept the polarity. It doesn't care which. It doesn't care. On the racial spectrum, it doesn't care. On the political spectrum, it doesn't care. On the On the economic spectrum, it doesn't care where you are. It doesn't care culturally, in society. It doesn't care as long as you pick a side. Because once you pick a side, it will start sending data to you that translates as experiences that comport with the side that you pick. And then you enter what's called feedback loops. This is called confirmation bias. And now you're trapped in a feedback loop where everything that you experience now becomes proof to you that it's real. This is all it wants to do, to fool you. But if you're an errant, you are an errant. You're not-minded. You're a free thinker. You are waking up and you realize the game. And you realize your role as a player. So this is all it means. There's nothing esoteric about it. There's nothing mystical. It's not a cult. It is actually a computer term. You're errant programming. You're like the knight errant of the medieval times, who was not attached to a landlord, who was not attached to a duke, a baron, or a king. The knight errant went his own way. He made his own decisions, and he served the people without having liege lord. So this is who I am. I'm an errant. I am completely in error of the system, because the system hasn't been able to control me since I woke up. I'm going my own way. I'm building my own life. I'm building relationships. I'm doing all this. So when I exit this avatar, however that happens, I'm probably not coming back into this system. I've learned what I needed to learn here. It's time to move on.
Hold on, guys.
So
yeah, I just had to drop a bomb in between that. You got it, man. That confirmed a lot. You got it, Oscar.
Oh, thank you, Bro Sanchez. I appreciate that. So throughout our life sims, like Jason has been teaching, we probably lived multiple life sims up until now. So we've always been errands ever since the simulation began, or is this the simulation where I'm in errands? And in a previous life sim, I haven't been an errand. Does that make sense? Have we've always been errands in the simulation, or is this one of the simulations where I am an errand?
Now, we're going to enter the realm of speculation. So what I'm telling you, there's no way to back up support with facts, bibliographies, any of that. It is my personal opinion that you probably just woke up in this life here, or you wouldn't have been here. You would have already made your exit. Remember, I do not borrow into the what's real popular across YouTube and a lot of social media platforms and published books. I am not a supporter of the soul trap theory. To me, that's pure fear programming. And for those of you who don't understand this, the soul trap phenomenon is that when you exit your avatar and when you die, your soul is basically given a choice, and going to the light is supposed to be the wrong way.
Yes, that trap, yes.
Yeah, the soul trap deal. Now, to me, all this was borrowed from Poltergeist. I can't find any literary records that show this whole deal. This is the movie Poltergeist show that don't go toward the light. Remember the girl talking about that? Well, it seems to have become like a cultural icon now. This belief in soul trap. I don't see any evidence of it anywhere in ancient records or anything. But it's a very popular theory today, but to me it's pure fear program. To even believe that an all-loving oversoul would create a situation to where no matter what you did in life, no matter how good and moral you did in life, all of a sudden, as soon as you die, there's a risk that you'll make the wrong decision and you'll have to suffer a consequence because of that. To me, it's moronic. To me, it totally defies what I believe the creator. You gotta understand the type of God that I believe truly exists, that built this whole situation for us. I truly believe that this is the type of spiritual entity that actually is so forgiving that it doesn't matter that how much evil you've done in your life. If there's truly an awakening and truly feel terrible, and this soul actually does something, I believe that the selfless act of an instant can actually overturn an entire lifetime of guilt. I don't believe our type of God takes score. I believe the score-keeping gods are the ones that were created by artificial intelligence.
I got to say something about this soul trapping. Don't go into the light thing. I've actually spoke about that a lot on my channel, saying how it was fear mongering, and I kind of was caught up in it at one point. I'm not gonna name the guy's name, but I will admit I'm resonating with what you're saying. I don't believe your soul can be trapped. That'll be a very cruel God. If the creator's goal is for your soul to evolve, trapping it ain't gonna happen it. So when you said that hell ain't really some burning fire and all that, you know, fear mongering, it's basically us keep coming back, repeating it till we get it right, which is something that's more, okay, that ain't nothing to be scared of. It's just you reaching perfection in steps or whatever. Like the Hindu said, you're gonna have a series of incarnations basically till you work out your karma or something. That was the original definition of hell, was repetition. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where the fire came in later in history and all that, but I'm definitely agreeing with that. You got it.
So then this is the thing, right? So we all know about the Saturn moon matrix. So that all that is built so that if we don't learn what we need to learn now, that it will just reincarnate us until we learn. So if I'm already awakened and I already know I'm in Aries, because I wouldn't be here if I wasn't an awakened immortal. So then that means I can now ascend past the matrix because I'm already awakened. Is that what you're saying, Jason?
I need to repackage this. I need to be very clear that any idea that a procedure is necessary for the development of the immortal soul, and that a procedure would be in some way restrictive to our eternal blessings, and that to me is dungeon programming. I have a hard time. I understand where you're going with that, what you're saying, but this whole Saturn moon deal too. Listen, the idea that we're in any danger at all needs to be removed at all, completely removed. We are absolutely not in any danger in here. The idea that immortal beings could be experiencing all this and actually be in some type of danger is in itself dungeon programming. It says you're not in any danger. Right. When you exit your avatar, then your soul receives all it's back where it's supposed to be, and there's nothing negative has actually happened to you. This was all a dreamscape. It's a dream world. So any type of intellectualizing over a procedure that is necessary for our further development is overcomplicating the matter. I don't know how to say it any better than that. I would abandon any idea whatsoever that there's some type of procedure attached to the soul. You're here to grow, you're here to mature, you're here to develop, and you're not even in any danger because God is so loving that it provided a construct for you to make all this development when inside this construct, you're really in no danger at all. It's all perceived, and that means it's illusory. Because when you exit the construct, anything negative that happened in here is easily forgotten. It's gone. It's over with. It's transitory. It's no different.
That's so dope.
It's no different than when you stub your toe. Yeah, it hurts for a while. Yeah, it may sprain for 3 or 4 days. 4 weeks later, you're playing basketball full court, and you've totally forgotten about that. It's the exact same concept.
Thank you so much, Jason Breshears and Bro Sanchez. Thank you so much for having me on this platform to allow me to ask these questions. You guys are excellent masters.
Hey man, so are you guys, man. I ain't gonna lie, y'all caught these has been the whole build, the whole interaction. You know, this whole community, I just gotta clap it up for and drop a bomb for. I salute y'all, man. Let's go ahead and go to AM1 real quick.
Sanchez, y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Loud and clear. Thank you for joining.
Jason, Bro Sanchez, good to be back with you guys again. That The first time we did that build, it was real dope. Got a couple of questions real quick. I want to be respectful for the other people. I was just curious. You touched on the metaverse thing before, and some of the graphics they show for that do look kind of weak. And I know they're putting a lot of money and effort into trying to get people into that. So I'm wondering, do you think, or Jason, I know you made some predictions. I also want to talk about that too, but do you predict or see anything on the timeline coming where they're going to try some other type of event, manufacture some other kind of thing to force people to go, back into some kind of lockdown to try to force the issue on this metaverse thing? Manufacture some other kind of thing to force people to go, back into some kind of lockdown.
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood. Thanks to unabated game wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed. Because the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Net runners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. Good morning, Night City! While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. Thanks to unabated game wars. And in Pacifica, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. Thanks to unabated game wars.
Howdy, Night City. Welcome back. My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokoski, spokeswoman for the NCPD. Hi there. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
I hope you made it to the studio without any issues. No carjackings or drive-bys along the way?
No. Fortunately, the streets of Night City are getting safer every day. We've seen recorded homicides drop from 7,103 a year ago to just...
Hold on. The streets are safe, you say, but what about the highways?
I'm sorry?
You heard about the shooting off the Route 1 exit, I trust. Half an hour before any response team arrived on the scene. Over 700 rounds fired in that time. What happened? Where are the gunmen now?
Well, the NCPD is responsible for the safety and security of all citizens within city limits.
Sarah, sweetheart.
That has some real murky kind of backstory to that as far as who funded it. I'm seeing a lot of things saying Christian right. A lot of YouTubers, influencers really saying, I've came into Christianity, I've came into Jesus. Jesus has to be Jesus. That's the only way to fight these psycho predators. It has to be Jesus. It seems to be falling in line with what you're saying, and I'm not noticing a lot of other content creators and influencers who saw what you saw coming. So that's very interesting. And I ask all that, and I say that because do you think that they're gonna have to try to pull some other dastardly thing to try to force people into this, metaverse arm twister, just some other similar scare tactic, or where do you think they're gonna go as far as, your predictions?
I would really like to address one thing. I don't like... Man, this is such a hard thing to talk about because people automatically want to translate this the wrong way. But it needs to be said somewhere. But listen, this whole push to save the children, these people are masters at what they do. They've been doing it for a very long period of time. I'm talking about the media moguls. They already know, and they have learned in the past 3 and 4 years that nobody's listening to mainstream media. They already know that alt media has taken over. You can go on YouTube and look, and you'll see CBS, ABC, and NBC, and CNN have 200 people watching them when they produce some type of major live event. Listen, nobody's paying attention to mainstream media anymore. Alt media is where it's at. So they have flipped the script, and now they're using alt media platforms to push out this whole, this movie you're talking about saving the children. So they use the alt media, and then they use alt media to accuse the establishment of trying to suppress it, trying to suppress all these deals, because they know this is negative reinforcement. It is reverse psychology. They know the accusation itself is going to get people to go, more and more people to go watch that movie, who think that the movie was just made and not made 5.5 years ago when all of this was pre-planned back then. This movie is not a recent movie. It's only recently revealed. So there's a major agenda with this whole thing about saving the children. And so far, nobody's really addressing this. But the legislation they're going to want to push once they get everybody on board, and yes, it is a Christian Reich rising up in America and in European cities, and it's all by design. This is why all these Muslim immigrants have been put in all these Western nations. It's to create this hostility. But the major push is going to be about legislation being passed to chip all children born in hospitals. This is what it's going to do. It's going to be for the children's protection. But I promise you, when all these kids grow up and they're 18 years old and they have a choice, those chips aren't going to be removed. So this whole push, yeah, absolutely. It has a total agenda with it. Does it sound good? Absolutely. Absolutely, it sounds good. And you would be targeted for talking against it.
Need to find Evelyn.
That's how genius it is. But the whole push is to throw off the light. Satanists are being blinded. This too is reverse psychology, because the Satanists are the ones that are responsible for this evil that's going on against the children, and that necessarily infers that the opposite spectrum would be Christianity. It also detracts from who's truly guilty, which I cannot name on YouTube at all. It says this is all genius. It's all pre-planned. It's all, 100%. I am not changing my predictions videos at all. 100%. This is what's happening. The new Christian Reich, and there's going to be the third World War III was already written. It's scripted. It will be 100% Islam, basically against the Zionist Israel and everybody who supports Israel, which is the Christian Reich.
Wow. So can I press a mute up real quick? I just want to elaborate on this. I'm sorry to take up so much time, but this stuff is just pure gems. And even within the Archaics research, and Jason even touching on that with the predictions video, I think that's a pretty heavy thing that we all should definitely be tapping in with. And unfortunately, I would say, fortunately, but maybe unfortunately, Jason's predictions videos have been aligning in a very amazing way, and I'm not seeing a lot of other people realize this. I understand the whole right-left paradigm and the crazy things that they're trying to push with the sort of hyper-liberal woke kind of thing. And I'm here in the Bay Area. I'm a black guy, so-called black guy. So it's like everybody wants to be on the same kind of mentality. And it's like, nah, not all black people think the same. It's not monolithic, blah, blah, blah. So it's on the right, that's all weird, right? But then even on the on the left, that's all weird. On the right conservative side, they seem to be missing the bus on a lot of this stuff, and everybody's just Trump. And I'm like, hey, he's the father of the shop, right? He said that himself. So it's like, who should we be voting for? RFK Jr. in the mix now. The political thing seems very interesting. So Jason, I'd just like to say, I hope, and I would love to see even more elaboration on those predictions in the future. Very cool stuff. I'll leave it at that. I have one more question, but I don't want to take too much time. But I appreciate it.
Thank you for your.
I want to respond to AM1 real quick on one thing. I'm going to do another predictions video. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. But we cannot seek in anyone that we see in the media. Every single face you see in the political arena, they've already signed that contract, or they wouldn't be there. There are no heroes in politics. Every one of them, every single one of them is a deceiver, and they're all playing a role.
And before I go to the next caller, I just was curious about, AM1 Oakland is a very what we would call pro-black city. What do you think about your hometown of Oakland and how the social engineering of this quote unquote pro-black stuff, how this stuff plays into the woke movement, the divide and conquer, and just all of the stuff like Jason was saying earlier, how race really is something that they basically created for divide and conquer within the simulation. It's a programming for us to identify with the body versus the soul, you know what I'm saying? But what's your take on all that? And we'll move on to the next caller. Thank you all for joining.
Yeah, no, that's a heavy discussion. I was just talking with a good friend of mine earlier about this. Just talked about, growing up here in Oakland, it was, way more like black folks here, and then they got into the whole gentrification thing, and, from the 80s, the drug era, dope era, all that, cracking it, all of that, right? So talking about oppression, things the government has done to black folks, redlining, things that are actually true and, easy to see. But then they took sort of this oppression, black oppression mentality, took that victimhood and leveraged it and weaponized that back at black people, and then created this situation where it's like we need to aim all of this at just random white people who may or may not even have any type of real sway over any power or anything. And then now they, fast forward now, it's this racial dynamic thing where it's like you need to be a social justice warrior, you need to be woke and get down with the plight of black people. And then they actually twisted the plight of black people into the intersectional plight of other people and how they choose to identify. You see what I'm saying? As far as sexual purposes. So they went real over the top with this whole thing. The whole black power thing got totally hijacked and weaponized. And a lot of black people here fell. The same black people, I'll wrap up with this. A lot of the same black people were saying, we're so oppressed. The white man, the government, blah, blah, blah. Switched up and then said, we need to do whatever Biden and the government tells us to do because, oh my God, there's this scary thing out there. So let's take their experimental shots and all that. So I just say all that to say, it totally pulled the crazy mindfuck on the so-called black community and weaponized all of this oppression and victimhood and used it in a way to push other greater social justice type fuckery that they're still using to leverage taking over the world. It's awesome. It's so sad, man. It's so sad.
Good answer, man. Hey, let me go to the next caller. Salutes to AM1, by the way, man. Y'all can sub up at his channel over there. He goes live all the time as well. And I do have Jason's channel link pinned to the top for the people who need it. Let's make sure if you ain't subbed up to Jason's channel, you can find his link in the top. Also in the video description, you can find a lot of his links to his website and all of that stuff. So check that out. Let's go to Dragonfly Vision. Thank you for being patient. You gotta unmute first. There you go.
Okay. Can y'all hear me pretty good?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Hi, Jason. Hi, Brother Sanchez.
How you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. I've been binge watching your videos, and they are just phenomenal. And you're the only person throughout the years that I've been studying and been on this path since my early 20s that has made any sense out of anything of what this world is. And I recall when I was 16 years old, walking down the street to go get a pack of cigarettes, that I felt like I was some kind of experiment. But I have a couple of things that I've experienced that I would like you to expound on, and then I have a question. Back in 2016, I had two dreams about the ant people. They visited me twice within 4 months. And the first dream was I was covered in ants, and it was a very sunny day, and there was real clouds in the sky, and they were not biting me at all. And then 4 months later, I had another dream where I was under the ground, and it was like I was the queen ant in the center of all the other ants that were walking around and doing their thing and doing their work and things like that. And then in 2017, I actually had two visions. Now, I do know the distinction between dreams, visions, and lucid dreaming. I also had met my true self in two lucid dreams that I had. within a year apart of each other. And then in 2017, I had on November 11th, 2017 at 3:30 in the morning, I was waking up to a place where I perceived as the center of the earth. And out of the center of the earth, I saw this bright green beam of light coming out of the center of the earth. And then off of that beam of light was another beam of light that was lighting the pyramids around the world. And then I had another vision waking up at 5:30 in the morning on November 22nd
Used to be a media,
of
didn't you?
2017.
Not hard to guess.
And
I'll give you
I
a point
saw,
for receptiveness.
Why you stop?
I saw
Never
like
stopped
the whole,
Information
this whole
is a
plane. It was
weapon.
like a tropical
I just traded in for a larger
plane.
caliber.
And I saw all the trees were all restored
around.
and they were very
Bye, V.
large.
Remember,
And
the media lies.
I could see how blue the waters were and the flowers and everything was very vibrant and colorful. And so I kind of wanted to get, you know, your opinion on what you think about this, because I've been trying to figure this out. And then when I come across your information and saw the videos that you were talking about the pyramid being built, I was like literally floored. And I feel like there's some kind of connection there with myself and this
Device
whatever
not
this world
ready
is.
to pair.
Well, I really don't know. Dreams are entirely subjective, so I really don't know what those dreams would have meant to you at all. But in reference to the pyramid, there's no doubt that it had an engineering function and it had something to do with using water as either a cooling system or a power source. I've gone into a lot of depth on my channel about the Great Pyramid and how it drew water from underneath the plateau, and how the stress fractures and evidence of pressure in the rock has been noticed by scientists in the King's Chamber, and how a mechanism went up and down at high velocity in the Grand Gallery. And this is why we have the technolithic precision we have of the niches, which are uniform, mathematically precise. And it's because some type of machine was in there going up and down in the deal. So we really don't know. We're talking about vapor canopy technology. We're talking about a technology that would not work in the world that we exist in today, which is temperate. But when the vapor canopy returns and the increase of atmospheric pressure it returns with it, then we're going to have the ability to replicate whatever the technology is that was used inside the Great Pyramid. And that is a jungle type world. That is a mist world of high humidity and atmospheric pressure and dense oxygen content. That is the type of world that machine functions in. So, yeah, I don't know. It's all very interesting, but it's also very highly subjective.
Well, I've always thought that since I had those two visions of the pyramids and and seeing this tropical lands fully restored, that there was something to that. And I've been looking for answers to it. And you're the closest person that I've come across that has even come in this
Hey, haven't I seen you here before?
After I had those two visions, when I was
Got a
waking
good
up,
memory for faces.
I actually saw a movie, and I don't remember
We're
what
closed
the name
right
of this
now.
movie was, but I did see a
Need
movie.
to talk to Punch and Judy.
That
She in her den?
these
Yep.
people
Take the.
were
I'll let
traveling
Judy know
to
you're
this
coming.
planet, and there was these.
Just don't let me
and I know
catch
that
you
space
messing
is all fake. I know it's all BS. I know a lot of stuff in this world is BS, but in this movie, I just thought it was interesting.
Start
and
again.
the link
What is it you want us to do
that
now?
I had.
Beat some sense into him.
Was that
That don't work. I don't
were
know.
sent
Use
to this
lead.
planet, and they
I
had
don't
a
care.
mission.
Just want my room
But
back.
every time they would go there,
Your pimp
there
threw
would
you
be
out, that
other
it?
beings that were there that
Told me I
carried
was
some kind of
generating
virus,
losses,
and they would
then
get
just
sick
said-
and die. But there was a group of beings that, human beings that were actually immune to it. And so they sent them on this mission to this planet, and their mission was to
Hey,
light the
where you
pyramid
going?
there.
Nothing. Just sit
And
back
that
here.
the light from that pyramid on this other plane would light the pyramids here on this plane. And so I just thought it was kind of interesting that right after
Stop
I
telling
had those
every joy
visions
toy
that
you
I,
need to come here.
saw
The hell
this
I'm supposed to
movie,
do with them all?
And I've been looking for answers.
So concerned about
to the
strays? Go take care of your
this
guests.
place that we live in, and like I said, you're the
Sus,
closest
we're not.
person.
Oh yeah,
And
we
I just
fucking
think
are.
The research is so phenomenal. And Brother Sanchez, your channel, I started with, and I found Jason by watching.
You just
your
don't give
channel.
up, do you?
And so I've just
Listen,
been binge watching
you seen Evelyn?
both of these channels,
talk
and
to her.
I do go on
It's
your
important.
lives and things like that.
Why? So
and
you can make her your
I've learned
scapegoat for
so
your
much
train wreck
more,
of a
and you
heist.
guys have brought so much clarity and a lot of answers to questions that I've had about this place that we live in, because I've been questioning
Seem
it
to
for
know
a
how the
long
heist
time, and I
went.
know that everything in
Meaning
this
you
world
did
is
talk to her.
absolutely fake and a bunch of bullshit.
I know.
And I don't fall for any of it. And so I've been totally out of that loop for a very long time. And you find that you just don't fit in with the collective, and I don't. And I never have since I was a young child. I never have, and I never will, and I'm not trying to.
That's what's up.
So I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carla. Appreciate you.
And Jason, I'm not far from you at all. I'm only like an hour away from you. I live in Nacogdoches County, so maybe one day we can link up and have a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
Hey, I do that frequently with people passing through Texas.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Y'all have a great
thank you.
evening. And it's been a great Zoom call.
Thank you, sister. Yeah, Texas got them Rangers. Let's go to Matt Marshall. What's good, man? Salutes to all the callers. Hey, Matt, unmute your mic first and salutes to you, bro. You got the floor, man.
Hey, what's up, fella? Brother Sanchez, Ice Cream Man. What's up, sir?
What's
he
good?
gone now. I was just curious about. He said a couple things. Number one, talking about the feedback loop. I have a educational background, like anatomy, physiology, kinesiology, all that shit. But he also said something earlier about an anomaly. If anomaly is brought up, you're supposed to look in. So I was curious of his opinion, but all of y'all's opinion. The whole purpose of science is to question everything, always, right? We know that a scientific theory is an opinion because it's never been proven. But anything that is a scientific fact is supposed to always,
you
if we
fucked
got
up.
this fact,
Got
here
all
we
your
are,
Jumbas
now we're
killed like a
going,
real pro.
let's try to prove it wrong constantly. What's y'all's opinion on why that don't happen?
Too.
Like the theory of evolution is taught as a
Ooh.
fact.
Occupational hazard.
Gravity's
for
been
you
disproven, and everything is based off that. Gravity's the foundation of
Sure, I
so
took
much
a
stuff
risk.
that they tell
We
us,
all did.
right?
But it was Evelyn who
Rounder,
gave it to us
all
in
the
the
different
first place.
stuff. That's the foundation.
She knew
of
what
it.
this
But
was
if you
from
add
the
other,
start.
why not just fix the equation and adjust everything else accordingly?
Fine.
Since that's the whole purpose of science. People say, well, no, it's
Looks like
science.
we're all
The
in this piss
Earth is
pot
round
together.
because it's science. Science, flat Earth. Oh, I can't trust you. You an idiot. Blah blah.
But you're desperate.
Hey, Matthew,
Writing's
I've
on
actually
your
given this a lot of thought, and I have come up with an idea you might find interesting. I agree with you, what you're talking about.
I came here with a simple question.
And
You're
I'm,
the one
I'm
making me
on
desperate if
board
I
with
am.
the fact that
Maybe instead
what
of
is
judging,
considered
you
to
could
be
just tell me where
scientific
she
today
is.
is really a bunch of hypotheses that have been
enough.
supported with mathematical
lost.
constructs on a chalkboard.
You care
And
so
there's a
much.
lot of
Find
agreement with
clouds.
the Einsteinian
Look there.
versions that are absolutely
where's
untrue,
clouds?
and no one else can
Sig
follow the
case on my
math,
desk, got
and
the
it's
address.
basically
Just take
patently
it,
all
go.
bullshit. However, this is perpetuated to the degree and financed with billions of dollars to
Megatower.
give us this model,
Luxurious.
this NASA model of the cosmos that is all untrue.
Evelyn's
Everything
there.
you're saying,
You know
I'm on
this.
board with,
Or are you
but I
guessing?
think there's another reason
Saw it
at
in the
play here
taros.
why the establishment
ghost
is
before I call
so
the girls.
adamant about perpetuating a false concept of reality. I've given this a lot of thought, and the only thing that I can really conclude is that
It's a dollhouse.
just like Operation Fishbowl and all the deep freeze, all
Evelyn,
these
a
different
regular
operations that were unfolding
drunk.
after World War II, all the way up till 1968. All these military operations had an objective. They were testing the perimeters of our reality. They were seeing how far they could go, how
Forget
high they
Evelyn.
could go. All these
Admit
things
it.
were done
This is about
in the
Judy's
military
virtues,
and
isn't
the
it?
intelligence agencies.
Good
They had
shit,
drawn
if I
many
say so
conclusions
myself.
about our reality that they did not release to the public.
Nobody can hold a
they
candle
only
to Judy.
inferred. So
She gets
I'm
virtues
of
like
the
there were
opinion
diamonds.
now that the
Damn
scientific
straight.
establishment is continually perpetuating all these false narratives because they may have a theory that if the collective at large
look.
finally wakes up to the fact that we are in an artificial construct, either one of two things will happen. The construct will dissipate and we'll all be free, or two,
Name's V.
it has
No.
reset
Pleased to meet
protocols
you.
that are set in place that the military-industrial complex is trying to prepare for, because they know the awakening can't be stopped, and they know that the construct always reacts with cataclysm protocols to stop the awakening and to reset everybody back into a retarded, basically retarding our development back into a Neolithic, so the programming remains intact.
Would you look at that?
You know what's so powerful about that?
You've gone
It's
completely
because
black,
that, like you said earlier about attention, atom is not there until you observe it, like you were saying. So that means that the more people observe something, the more realer it actually is now. You see what I'm saying? And it's crazy because, you know, everything you just said is deep, because it's yo, the people in power know that if enough people stop believing in this world, it might disappear, because it takes
even more so, the people who are in power that we call the elite, they've signed the contract. That means they have willingly decided to work with the opposition, adversarial artificial intelligence X, so they can have power, prestige, wealth, position. They can do all these things. They've signed the contract. Therefore, they want to keep this world going the way it's going, and they want to be able to have to enjoy all the things that they have gotten by virtue of signing this contract. Many of us that are waking up are going to make our exodus. We're going to leave. They're going to remain behind, but they don't want to remain behind in a world that gets totally reset, because then they go back to the Neolithic as well, and they got to rebuild all this.
That's crazy, man. It's almost like I found my favorite point in a movie, and I'ma just keep going back to that checkpoint where I was winning and you was losing, and keep replaying that part. That's, man, let me pass the mic, yo. This is Bill, I can have for hours, but let me get to this. My brother Salas, man, you got it, salute. And NO East, we got you right coming up right next. So salutes to Salas. If you talking, you're on muted, man. My bad. You gotta unmute.
And I sold twice more stock than usual.
So
okay, let's go to
broke
okay,
even?
there we go. NO East, you got it for sure.
Shout out to Jason and you too, big bro.
Shout out to you, my brother.
That was fucking rhetorical.
This, what I was just saying, kind of leading to my question. Like, bro recently was talking about time travel, and you also earlier with the deja vu. And I recently watched Terminator 2, which takes place in 2029.
Is that so hard?
And it seems like the Terminator has the same characteristics of ChatGPT, the AI, meaning it can mimic other people. You have to kind of train it, do different things, and you know, it's being that it was sent back from the future, and we're getting close to that same time period. Do you think is that possible time travel, and we can be going into a ultimate battle with AI, save humanity, or something like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a, what is it, Roku's paradox? One of the I have a whole video where I name all these different popular paradoxes. I believe it's Roku's paradox or something, where that scenario is exactly what many scientists believe happened. They believe that we've already entered the future a long time ago, and that we developed an AI system that is now trying to go back in history and purge all the elements that would have been against its creation. And that history isn't real, and we're actually inside a computerized construct built by an AI that has hijacked our consciousnesses, and that it hides and masquerades as different avatars and people because it's steadily investigating, trying to figure out every single individual who's inside the construct who would have opposed its existence. But this is an actual scientific paradox. You can look it up. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's deep. And I'm going to tell you now, there's YouTube videos about it. You can listen to it. You don't have to go to my channel to listen to it. There's some really good YouTube videos about this paradox and how the original think tank that came up with all this, when they were proposed this paradox, where they went with all this, yeah, there was there was a suicide and a high degree of psychoses that were developed among those members of that think tank when they had begun to process all this, because once they entered the paradox intellectually, they couldn't get out of it.
Remodel the hole, and that's.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of people may try to interpret that as some soul trap stuff. But here's my thing. I think that it's impossible to suppress knowledge forever. I really think that hell is you being inside of this nightmare way longer than you had to be. You know, and that's what Jason was saying earlier, just to put that in perspective. I think that's a whole stream I want to do about what you was talking about. I'm jumping somewhere else now. I don't even know why this came up, but I want to have a stream with you on what's called the Saturn Moon Matrix. That's the name of it. I was covering that. And, you know, the whole thing about not going into the light, I want to ask you this, and I'm going to go to the next caller. If that's a popular thing, because there's a lot of videos that say don't open up your third eye, right? And these same people that tell you don't open up your third eye will argue with you if it even exists. They'll say there's pseudoscience, but they'll say don't open it up, which is crazy. But they also say don't go into the light. It's almost like they're telling us to do everything to keep being recycled here. And it's, you know, having these fears about what happened when we die really can control our whole life while we living, and what if we wrong at the end of it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, listen to what you just said. If I live my entire life believing that no matter what I do in my life can be undone by doing one stupid thing after I die, then what's the point of living and experiencing all these things? It would definitely be the origin of a lot of depression for a lot of people if that was highly promoted. Yeah, I can't buy into it. I just don't believe that I just don't believe we have a maker that would be that sadistic. I just can't see it.
Me neither. Somebody sure want us to believe that. Hey, Salas, are you ready for it? My brother Salas, you still there? Unmute your mic. Okay, yeah, he's the last caller. What? No, actually, who we got? NOEs. Oh, Retin. My bad, Retin. Welcome back. Retin will be the last caller. You still there? You got to unmute.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm here. Y'all answering everything. I'm listening right now. Every time I think of something, y'all just, so.
Okay.
Well,
look,
I'm just listening.
We're gonna close out at this time because we at the 3-hour mark, and appreciate everybody for coming in. I want everybody to not go anywhere. What I want you guys to do, if you haven't done already, click the link to go follow Jason on his channel, so we can go and watch him when he go live together and all that good stuff, and make sure we hit the notification bell. I want to turn the mic over to Jason. And Jason, if you can give people some encouragement to close out with, to just any fear mongering, right? Just that's how we'll end on a good positive note. All the fear mongering that's out there to have us doubting this or scared of this or scared of that, can you just give them some reassurance and something that obliterate all that, to let them know like we got the power? Yeah.
I got it. Check it out. We have to simplify everything to its lowest common denominators. And in our present context, that basically means, like I discussed earlier with that guy, that you need to throw procedure out the window. You need to throw any idea that there's a rote formula for success, or a rote formula that has anything to do with how your spirit is going to navigate through this construct. We are the products of a genius creator, and that creator has already provided everything. Every battle has already been won. We have already basically inherited everything we're going to receive in these eternal lifetimes. We just have to go through the motions. We have to accrue these experiences. All these ideas and all these weird theories about how we spiritually develop, if there is an iota of doubt that creeps into you when you hear an idea or formula, there's a reason for that. It's called intuition. It's entirely spiritual. Your spirit is telling you something. It's either telling you that you're not ready for that yet, hold back, or it's completely wrong and there's something wrong with it. You've got to listen to that intuition. That intuition is going to be your guide. And the more you begin to intuit things in your life, the greater that skill will become. It's entirely spiritual. And you'll be able to ascertain fact from fiction when somebody's blowing smoke up your ass, when somebody should not be listened to because they're toxic. Yeah, everything is absolutely simple. Our problem is that we introduce complexities that are not necessary. That's all I wanted to say. That's how I'll close out.
That is a powerful closing, and I'm going to let that stand and not mess that up. We're going to end it like that. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. Salutes to Jason Breshears and his Archaics team and the research they doing. He is one of the best that we got, and we appreciate him, guys. Much respect to you. Yeah, and we're going to get up out of here, guys. We'll see y'all next time. Thank you, Jason.
Awesome. Later.
Thank you. Okay, my brother. All right, let's go ahead and play some music, man. When we got the end out with the theme song, this was a classic. I know y'all gonna share this. Listen, share it, share it, share it. This was a powerful motivational build. Peace and love. And just to let you guys know before you get out of here, we have an upcoming pay-per-view debate on July the 29th, 3 p.m. Pacific time. Check the video description area and you can get your tickets to my upcoming debate, which is in like 8 days. Come on out and support me for my debate where I will be defending the ancient cosmology and flat earth up against Fight the Flat Earth, Craig. So come on out July 29th. Get your tickets in the video description area. Also, if you are interested in furthering your research about the simulation, I just released a documentary called A Theory of Forms, where I'm syncing together a lot of this simulation information with Plato's philosophy. If you're interested in that, it is available on the website. Go to brosanchez.com/products and you can check that out. Once again, thank you all.
Bro Sanchez.
Oh, you forgot to spit on me.
Welcome to Clouds, where we know what you're looking for. Would you care to jack into the terminal?
Jack in, please.
So how's this all work?
An algorithm pilots the doll's motor functions. It takes your profile data and transforms into experiences in real time. Memory dampers on the doll's behavioral chip block any recall of the session.
So there'll be no trace of the meeting.
Well, I could say yes, but that would strip it of mystery and suspense, wouldn't it? Once you're in there, you set the stakes.
You're saying it's not dangerous, but there's some risk involved.
That is one way to put it. One thing is for sure, you never get what you expect.
Consider my interest piqued.
Jack in, please.
All right, let's do this.
This will be a live session, so events may take an unexpected turn. But don't quit if you feel uncomfortable. You could miss out on something truly remarkable. If you feel unready to handle what comes next, you can interrupt the session immediately. Now for your safe word.
Samurai.
And saved. Now, bear with me a moment. Scanning your personal profile. You should see compatible dolls in just a second. Two matches. Interesting.
Is that normal or?
Who can say what is normal? You're clearly a unique person with unique tastes. Our system can handle it. So who will it be? Angel or Sky?
I think an angel looks good.
I couldn't have chosen better myself. Now for the payment, and you'll venture into the clouds.
Not here to pay and play. Just want some info.
Ah, unfortunately, that we do not sell. Should you change your mind, come back.
All right, I changed my mind. I'll pay.
Temptation is often too strong to resist. Please jack in.
There you go.
And the payments come through.
The entire floor is open to you if you wish to wind down first.
Angel awaits you in booth 6. Disconnect, please.
Looking for Evelyn Parker. She work here?
Give me a moment. Evelyn's not available at this time.
Need to see her. It's important.
The algorithm knows best. Trust me, it will choose a doll that will thrill you. Our dolls can change their hair and eye color in real time to look just as you wish.
I'm not a customer.
Well, all the more reason to be excited then. There's a first time for everyone at Clouds. Don't dawdle.
I'm sorry, did she finally say anything useful? Fuck the menu, let's ditch this waitress and take our special order to the chef, point blank.
Meaning?
Meaning you go in as a customer, keep a low profile. They want to keep their cards close, fine. We'll play our own game.
Is that it?
We have a strict no weapons policy here at Clouds. Please deposit any and all hazardous items with me.
Only two willing to spread their legs for you.
Don't worry, all
Sad.
your grown-up
Go eat a
toys will
dick,
be
Johnny.
safe with us. We hope you enjoy your stay.
Guess that makes you a real...
Vincent, right? I'm Angel. Your Angel.
Sure, why not? Do what you do best.
I know that you're dying.
Listen, I'm looking for someone who worked here.
You must see the...
Please don't act like you know me.
But are you asking the right questions? How can you change what has already happened?
Samurai.
What? What happened? You interrupted the session? Did I do something wrong?
Evelyn Parker. What do you know about her?
Wait just a sec. That's not how this works. You can't ask me about the dollhouse or anything like that. I could get in serious trouble. Go. Please, just go.
You gotta help me, please. I'm no threat, and she could be in trouble. Just want to talk to her. Find out if she's okay.
Look, I barely knew her, and I have no clue where she is.
Nobody came looking for her. Nothing out of the ordinary happened.
There was an incident with a client. I don't know the specifics. One doesn't ask about these things around here. Tom might know. He and Evelyn were close. Go ask him. And please leave me alone.
Tom, who's he?
Friend of Evelyn's. Wasn't a free moment they weren't together.
Where'll I find him?
He's a doll here. Works the VIP area, booth 2.
Thanks.
Shh. Don't ask for me again. Ever.
I can't get in? What's that mean? I'm here every motherfucking week.
You're not authorized to access the VIP area.
Oh, yes, I am.
No, sir, you're not. You can take it up with the manager.
No, dog. I'm taking it up with you, here, now. You got any idea who I am? This conch don't understand that I've got a right to be in there.
From what I can see, your VIP membership has been revoked.
Say what now?
Please stay calm, sir. Or we're gonna have to escort you outside. No shortage of wise asses.
Alice, you going back upstairs?
In a minute. Need to piss first.
You better keep this short and sweet. Two brainwashed sex zombies in a single day is too much, even for me.
More like hard life.
You really think they remember nothing?
That's the whole point.
Hi. I think something might have gone wrong here. Not really sure, don't have your details? Sorry, no idea what I'm supposed to do.
I need to get in touch with Evelyn Parker. It's important.
You and me both. Tried calling her a bunch of times. No luck.
You mean to say she's not here?
She had an accident. Needed to go to a special clinic in Osaka. Or Oslo. I think it was Oslo. For a new faceplate.
Which was it? Osaka or Oslo?
Oslo. Yeah, definitely Oslo.
Tell you herself she was skipping town?
Nah, just didn't show up for work. Wasn't picking up either, so I asked Woodman what was up. Told me she left, like I said.
Woodman, who is he?
Mr. Forrest. But everybody calls him Woodman. Never really known why.
Okay, Mr. Forrest then. What's his thing?
He's kinda like our caretaker. Finds new talent, deals with ugly situations.
Got it.
Could it be Woodman finally shed some light on this shit show? Man can only dream. The skull sponges in these dolls. Ugh, that's what they should be replacing.
What do you want?
Chill, keep calm. I'm looking for a girl.
Okay, Cap. Interesting word choice for someone who plowed through, massacring all along the way.
Things got out of hand, I'll admit. But cooperate, and no one else will get hurt.
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Well, aren't you the king of fuck-ups?
You're not helping. Now what?
Too bad you can't talk to dead people. Oh, wait. You're doing it now. Anyway, just scour his comp.
That just might work.
Sold her off to a Ripper.
Ship was busted. Could have sent her to get it patched up.
A Ripper named Fingers in a back alley for hookers. Sounds like a Joy Toy's wet dream.
I'm required to return your weapons. Even though I'd rather not. Hey, I don't know anything. I just work here.
Nice work back there. Ever thought of applying for the diplomatic corps?
You think Fingers got her? Think we'll find her there?
V, if I could see that far, I wouldn't be a fucking ghost on a chip in a corpse's head right now.
Don't have time to massage egos.
I respect that.
Of course you do. You'd have loved to have dropped the H-bomb on this place.
No need to go so OTT. I've got other methods. One thing's for sure, though. Claus won't forget this.
Blue Moon, Red Menace, Purple Force. It's us, cracks! After making waves in Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris, the next stop is on your doorstep. Next city, expect the unexpected.
You had a plan. You tried. It fell flat. Now you're flat. Don't look in any condition to find help.
Oh, fuck!
The hell's that? No, damn it!
Jesus, the fuck do you want from me?
It's all going too slow. Gonna decommission before we learn how to rip the chip out.
Wanted me dead. Said so yourself.
Made it pretty clear since that I changed my mind. Want you to live now.
Asked you already. What the hell you want from me?
I got a get out of jail free card. I'd be a fucking fool not to take advantage. See, me and Arasaka, we got a half-century-old score needs settling, and I plan to do it. That's what I need you for.
But why? Fighting for some dated ideal? Pursuing a personal vendetta?
You don't need to know. Here to get me from point A to point B. Listen, I know things. Where we can save your life. Who can help us do that? You'll get rid of the chip. I'll smash Sokka. Win-win, kid. Soul Killer's what we need, and Mikoshi's how we grab it.
Don't trust you. Clear, right? So why would I trust in your plan?
'Cause you've heard your death knell, but you'd rather live. So if you're done bitching, I'd be happy to explain. Sound good?
Not really, no.
Well, sooner or later, Mikoshi's where we're headed.
Still don't see how Mikoshi's linked to my chip problem.
Not the brightest bulb on stage, are ya? 50 years back, ops on the human mind. Mikoshi was the sole place on Earth where they did anything like that. Bet it still is today. Telling ya, all roads lead there. It's where we'll settle our biz. You yours, me mine.
And, how you plan to smash Arasaka this time? Got another nuke tucked away?
This time, bomb's named Alta Cunningham.
I'm supposed to know who that is?
Not yet, but you will once we find what we need. For now, we got no time to lose. Need to get inside Makoshi.
I'm sorry, sir. Could we have a moment of your time?
What is it this time?
The pipe that burst in our building.
Those city bastards still haven't sent anyone to fix it.
Watch your language. Can't you see who you're talking to?
Please, what do you need?
Well, we need the pipe fixed, that's for sure. Maybe something to fix up some of the units too. There's water damage all over.
All right, I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
道がわからない？データ端末は大都市の全域で自由に利用可能。バッドランズにも設置されています。
Hey, I'm Josh Kevorkian, and as always, your business is my business. We'll kick off the day with a broad scan of the market. Kiroshi climbs 2, Quadra dips by 1, New American Auto Works revs up by 1.5. But the day's big head turner? Orbital Air rocketing by 10 points. Don't touch that volume. You heard right. 10 points. But why? How? Coming off a disappointing year, no new announcements, the release of longtime CEO Leslie Waruda, who could justify even an any of investment into the stagnant aerospace giant? And yet, don't forget, folks, many huge accounts out there are managed by AIs. You blink an eye and they've already bought and sold shares twice over in billion-euro-dollar deals.
My, this has a wicked vibe.
Be a net hero. If you suspect any rogue AI activity, call the Netwatch hotline immediately.
See, this more up your alley than Clouds.
Hey, at least here you know what you're getting.
What you got to eat?
See for yourself.
You, got any real meat back there?
From animals? Don't be ridiculous.
Here, kitty, what's the rush?
He chipped you for free? Fuck off! Yeah, gear looks a little basic, but it works.
So he didn't ask for any money? Nada? Not even installments?
Like I said, he just finished and said, see you next time.
Hey, not one step closer. Here to see who.
Got an issue needs sorting out. Here to do that. So how about you fuck off, let me through, and no one will be the wiser.
So serious from the get-go? I was only joking. Sheesh. Fine. Let him through, Sludge.
No, I'd rather live here. Just don't turn off the lights.
Oh,
Summer
gracious
means
creature!
rain.
And benign!
I have to sit in the basement the whole time.
Visiting through these elements obscure! Us, who the world with
Hey, you all
bloody
right?
stain imbrued!
No way I'm gonna swim!
For
I hate water!
Of all we own!
Can't you see nobody
How
cares?
Should for thy peace arise!
Fingers. Know where I can find him?
If I could, I'd swap, you know? Why does everything have to be so damn convoluted? In the end, all I got left are shredded cables and empty bottles.
Night City.
Hey, hands off!
Think I'm scared of your skinny ass?
You will be when every mock in town descends on this shithole. You got a financial claim? Take it to court, you pussy. And leave me be.
Fine, I get it. Everyone's got their breaking point. Just pay me what you owe me, and you can fuck off to greener pastures.
I don't owe you shit.
Oh, but you do. And that shit has a name. Something around 20 thou.
What? Come on, you pulled that number out of your ass.
Hey, what's that tone with me, you skank? Hey, look in the mirror. Who paid for all that? Think Fingers would have fixed a cracked faceplate for free? You want out, you gotta pay me back.
Made it all the way here, huh? Must really want to talk to Evelyn.
Hello? There's a line! Nuh-uh, you ain't cutting.
Sit your ass down and wait your turn.
What are you even doing here, Judy?
Same thing as you. Looking for Evelyn.
How'd you know to look for Evelyn here?
Got friends at Clouds. Words.
Meaning?
Friend told me what you dug up, so here I am.
You talked to Fingers yet?
If only. He's harder to get in to see than the best docs in town. We're gonna be here forever. I just know it. Maybe you could talk to those girls, see if we can cut in front?
Why me?
I don't think they like me. Just give it a shot. That or come up with something better.
Fingers a friend to the working guys and girls around here?
Helped me. I'd be in a wheelchair if it wasn't for him. He chipped you some chrome with real skin that had peeled off. What he replaced it with looks like a bathroom floor from a senior home. Better than being a cripple.
Sorry, don't have time to sit around.
Huh. That makes 3 of us.
Tell you what makes 3. Number of seconds it'll take me to turn this place upside down. Inside out.
Jeez, all right. You got nerve. Don't let me stop you if you're in such a goddamn hurry.
Come on, let's go.
Previous owner had a longer face than you. Edges are stretching your optic nerves. Don't worry. Your eyes
I think he's
will
done.
adjust.
We going in?
Eventually. Yes, hello. What can I do for you?
Need a minute of your time.
A minute? That's all? Shame. Could watch those juicy lips of yours flap for hours, days. But I'm busy right now. You Tiger Claws? Far as I know, I'm all paid up.
We're with the Mox.
The Mox? Why didn't you say so? So, what brings you here?
Evelyn Parker. I need to know where she is.
Step into my office, please. Many girls come through here. So many. But let me put it to you this way. I believe in giving each of them the personal touch. Ask anyone. I'm more than a chop doc. See, I know what people truly want. To be flattered, praised, patted. To feel like they deserve it. Of course.
What about your logs? Gotta have some kind of record.
Tech like this, you don't register. Don't put any names down for it.
Blue hair, doll chip. Best brain dance gear ever, though damaged. Was she here?
Poor girl. Tried to help her, I did. But as you can see, this isn't exactly a state-of-the-art facility.
Get to the point.
The point? Ah, yes. Well, I haven't the faintest idea where she is.
Enough of this bullshit! What'd you do to her, you freak?
Now, either you put a muzzle on this creature, or put her down. It's impossible to have a conversation with her around.
Don't talk to her like that.
She insulted me.
Look, the quicker you spill, the shorter you'll have to put up with us. Now, Evelyn Parker, where is she?
Could very well be on her way to becoming the next underground brain dance darling. That's all I know.
Where will we find her?
How many times do I have to repeat myself? I don't know. I did what anyone in my place would do. When I realized I wouldn't be able to help her, patch her up, I called my fixer. 2 guys came and picked her up the same day.
Where did they take her?
I told you already. I don't know. They weren't the talkative kind, and I'm no gonk. I know better than to ask questions of people like that.
You're no gonk? What do you think? Why'd all these girls come in here, let you grope around them? Think it's for your charm? Your caring attitude? They do it because they got no choice. And in the end, they despise you. They can smell you're pathetic.
The 2 that came for her didn't say anything about where they were gonna take her, what they were gonna do to her.
Mentioned something about virtues with a moth, of all things. Said she'd be perfect for them, whatever that means. But that's really all I know.
You pawned her off like she was some fucking inanimate mannequin.
Because that's exactly what she was.
Need air. I'll be outside. I let her go back to Clouds. Could have stopped her, but I didn't.
Don't worry. We'll find her, I know it.
We'll fucking find what's left of her butchered corpse.
Hey, keep it together. You want to give up now?
No. Only lead we got's an XBD. Where's that get us?
We also know we're looking for something related to the Death's Head. Better than nothing.
I don't get your optimism. Still sounds like a big fat nothing to me.
Need to figure out where they're scrolling this stuff. Gotta be a rat hole of some sort. Doubt they do much shooting on location.
Yeah, gotta be somewhere quiet, out of the way.
It could be we'll see something to point us in their direction in one of their virtues.
Have to be real gonks to leave a clue.
Got a better idea?
Matter of fact, I do. A domain called Pleasures of Night City. There's a twin of it on the dark net.
Every kind of thing goes on there. Might stumble on something useful.
Let me think for a sec.
What's up with you?
Darknet domain. That's our best bet. Let's stick to the plan.
Fine. Here's hoping you turn up something useful. I'll wait in the van.
The information from Okada-san, very valuable. I also learned something through my own efforts. We must meet.
Where'll it be this time? Trash processing plant? Deserted end cart station?
In the south of Japantown, there is a street market. It is on the footbridge above the main street. Use the elevators. It is easy to get lost. I am on my way there. Do not make me wait.
異物反応。インストールは自己責任。Mix it up with romantic war. 16 romantic. Flavor is so low to mix.
見た目が全て。アンジェリークのコスメなら誰にでもなれる。誰だって手に入る。
Enjoying the weather? Average temperatures this month in Night City have remained within human safety levels. Ever wanted to know what the moon tastes like? Try moon cheese. Made right here in orbit.
Did you know that North Oaks has the lowest reported level of air pollution in Night City? Now that's fresh air.
Ever wanted to know what the moon tastes like? Try moon cheese. Made right here in orbit.
모든 즐거움, 모든 음식으로부터 비타민 원장 섭취량이 330%를 제공한다.
You want your teeth broken?
Looking for something raw, untouched.
Raw's all you get with me. What's your edge?
Want something that'll floor me, really scramble the neurons.
We've got it all, man. Bare knuckle boxing, shootouts, black ops, interrogations, amputations.
No. I mean, something like, well, you know.
Fetishes?
No, come on, you know what I mean?
No, I don't. Think I'd be doing this job if I could read minds?
I want to know what it's like to kill somebody.
See? Wasn't so hard. So, got some classics from the last Corp War, or armed robbery if you're looking for something fresher. What are you looking for?
Looking for BDs. A particular kind.
Particular? You a badge?
If I was a badge, you'd already be in cuffs for what you sold the customer before me.
All right. Can't be too careful. What do you want?
Give me the best of the best. The ones with the death's head.
Didn't know I was dealing with a connoisseur. Death's head'll cost you, though.
How about a discount for your newest customer?
Only give regulars discounts. If you're short, then fuck off.
Got anything that might interest me?
Pleasure doing biz with you.
Well, don't you look delicious? Come here and let me have a lick.
Hop in. Let me get everything prepped. You make sure the wreath's snug on you. You'll watch while I edit in real time. The old one, too.
Ready when you are.
Want you to describe what you see. Might catch something.
Poor fucker. Scav, got it. No one else with that kind of fashion sense. Christ, it's hot. Thermal readings are off the charts.
Keep looking.
Radio's turned way up. Probably to drown out the screaming. Heard shit like that before. Sounds like scavs to me. Ordinary box, Decker, Tanaka, and Rogers logo. Standard for a trash heap. Electric Corp patch in the coveralls. Coveralls had a patch on them. Electric Corp.
Could be a costume. A prop?
Factory worker fetish? Hard as hell to believe.
It'd explain the higher thermal readings, too. You could be onto something.
Can beat that rich synth-goth aroma. Cheap shit. Cold, too. Buck a slice. Scav woman. Who knew that sides chopping people up, they were scrolling XBDs? Ordered recently. Coffee was cold, like from the day before. Pizza looked fresh, though.
So?
Means someone's grabbing buck a slice regularly, which is not something someone does for the flavor and fresh ingredients. Pizza shares its DNA with styrofoam. Nobody's gonna schlep across town for it. Okay, we're looking for an Electric Corp power plant located near a buck a slice.
EC used to have a big old complex in Charter Hill. Buck a Slice checks out, too. How can you be sure, though?
Here we go. Old Electric Corp power plant in Charter Hill. Gotta make do with this for now. Nothing else to garner from this scroll.
Welcome to the N54 News.
No time to lose. We gotta go there.
Definitely. Ride with me?
Iodine Systems have announced a breakthrough in the fight against multiple sclerosis. MS is one of the
We'll meet on site. Need to get a few things together first.
Okay. Just not too long, all right?
Ah, shit!
Knowledge of secrets and things of that nature. I doubt that. This is a young black man, in case you don't know. If you look at him, he looks highly intelligent, well manicured, you know, things of that nature. I think he's of the newer generation that is very, very advanced on social media and with regards to the internet. And he probably already has things, you know, that he could use to his advantage.
Good in that window right there. You want to get a coconut? I don't have any money. I'll get you on. Can I get 2 coconuts to go? No, 2 coconuts.
Oh, 2 coconuts.
Yes, thank you. No problem.
Well, while we're at it, might as well get one of those healthy juices.
Nah, what's this, bro?
Peanut butter banana.
How come you live for free and you're the richest guy? You got your dinner bought for you, your taxis, the beers, the fucking everything.
Listen, Sam, once you go up in this world, things become more free the more money you have. The more famous you get, the more money you have, the more free things you get.
Oh, here, give it to our Lord and Savior, Paul Danino. Oh, I hope it's up to your standard. Cold enough, sir?
Everything tastes better when it's free.
240 baht ครับ
Woo! Solid gold? Made of gold? Wow! That is good. 240 baht though, holy sh**. That's crazy. 240 baht. Ooh, that's a pricey coconut right there. ขอบคุณครับ Street coconuts are like 50. Right, I should have got a fucking street coconut. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You've gotta be fucking kidding. You're joking. You're fucking kidding me. Nah, that ain't fucking funny. What do you mean? Bro! I could have got fucking 5 coke. I got scammed so hard. How much was that? 240 for 2 coconuts. No way, dude.
My train of thought here. Was I talking about Carly Russell? If not, let me just say this. Carly Russell's boyfriend, according to the New York Post, by the way, NewYorkPost.com, has deleted